Good morning, members, officers, and any members of the public who are viewing the live stream. Welcome to this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Martin Khan, and I'm chairing the meeting. My vice chair is Councillor Peter Fain, and I would like to welcome Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup to the committee as a newly appointed full member. Those in the chamber are reminded that the meeting is being live streamed. By your presence here in the chamber and via video conference, you are deemed to have consented to be filmed and to use the images and sound recordings for a webcast and archive recording. May I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their cameras and microphones remain off unless they are actually addressing the committee. For those of us present in the room, please ensure that your microphone is close to you and speak clearly when addressing this room. I'm advised that there will be a brief fire alarm test at 10:30 a.m, so we will briefly pause the meeting at that time. For those of us in the chamber, please note that we do not have to leave the building during these tests. If at any time a member leaves the meeting, would they please make that fact known so that it can be recorded in the minutes? Before we proceed with the business on our agenda, I understand the officers have an update for us regarding item 7, application number 23/01581/FUL in Horningsea. Michael, could you provide us with the update on the officer's recommendation?
Good morning, thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to hand to Vanessa Blaine, the Council's legal officer, but there is a recommendation from our legal officer that we defer item 7, which Vanessa will elaborate on.
Good morning, everyone. Chair, through yourself. I have recommended deferral of this application. It came to light late that the Section 106 officer had not had a chance to consider the application and comment. And if the recommendation of the officer the committee decides not to accept that recommendation, we would need to be availed of all of the information regarding obligations that would become due on this development as it does exceed 1,000 square metres. So my advice would be to defer, allow the officer to consider all of the application, give his comments and then bring it back before committee for consideration.
Members, given the comments, I would like to propose that item 7 be deferred. Do I have a seconder for this? I believe the Vice Chair may have a comment.
I don't really have a seconder as yet.
No. Okay. Okay. Have any opposing the proposal?
Chair, my view is that where we consider a deferral of an application, we should do so as part of that application. We should not prejudge the discussion by considering a deferral separately at the start of the meeting. So whilst I'm not opposed in principle to deferral, I think our legal officer gives very good reasons for that. We should come back to this matter at the start of item 7 later on.
Yeah. Do you have any opinions on that from members? Councillor Batch.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, I can agree with Councillor Fain on that one. I'd like to fully understand the reasons for the deferral, and if we could do that at the item, I think I'd be more comfortable with that than doing it on the hoof. Thanks.
Any other comments?
No, I agree. Yes, I agree with Councillor Fain. I think we should discuss it at the time. Yeah.
Can I sit? Thank you.
No, you need
Do you want to consider it when we consider the meeting? Can we vote in either? First of all, if you vote in favour, you want to consider it. No. Let's try put it this another way. Can I have a vote by affirmation if you want to delay it to consider at the same time when we'd normally be considering item 7? Those in favour of delaying to the time when we consider item 7, please vote yes. Those voting by affirmation, those want to consider it now, vote no. Who? Sorry.
Sorry, this is on the Horningsea application. Yes. So obviously we've got an update. Appreciate. Apologies for being late. I'm not able to drive yet still because this ankle. My mother-in-law had a fall. The reasons, my understanding on the reasons for refusal was because to do with the 106. So I'm just going to ask for nods. Apologies to other members, and I appreciate I probably won't be able to vote because I haven't been in here for the whole thing, but I would say it's not really satisfactory.
No, the point is we're delaying, considering whether to defer the application. There's been a recommendation that we defer it, and the question is whether we consider it now or before the actual position where we would normally consider the actual application in item 7 on the agenda.
But I don't see how you can decide this without having everything completed. I know I can't vote, but I can say my view on it.
Chair, through you, Councillor Williams, I have advised that the application is deferred and the committee will decide when they consider that. And it's deferred because we need to take consultation from the Section 106 officer. It isn't going to be refused. I know you said refusal. There's no recommendation today. My recommendation and advice is that it's deferred today and not heard in full. When that is discussed is entirely a matter for the committee. That's the reason for my advice.
So to come back, if you're voting, sorry, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Point of clarification. The request to defer. Now, I suppose it's being considered now because there might be applicants or applicants' reps here in the meeting. And if we have to wait until the end or when it comes to, depending on how long everything else goes, and then defer it, then they would have sat here for nothing. Is that why we're asking for this now?
That is, I understand the situation. So I want to find out where, okay, can we come back to the point? Those who would like to defer, consider the matter when the normal position of item 7 on the agenda, please vote by affirmation in favour. Those who would like to consider it now, please vote against. So those in favour, can we see how many we are of deferring it, considering it with the item 7? Yeah. Do we need to vote on? Yes, probably. So can we do it electronically?
So to clarify, this is a vote about reorganising the agenda
That's
and
right.
not whether the application is deferred.
Absolutely.
Just thought it could be a little confusing.
Okay, we have wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, there should be more. No, there are. Okay. We consider it at item 7 on the agenda. Thank you very much. Yeah.
No, you're correct.
If I may, my understanding of this is this current vote is rather than to take is between taking the decision to defer at this point in the meeting or continuing to item 7, at which point we will revisit the matter of deferral. The vote for was suggesting that we take this at item 7. Is that correct? And vote. So I think we might have to.
You can change your vote.
I think that was not clear to members.
So should
Okay.
so are we?
Was this clear to members? The members that weren't clear?
No.
No. Okay, fine. I thought I'd made it clear. We'll start. Can we retake the vote then, since there seems to be a lack of clarity?
Before we take the vote live, are we all now happy with what we are voting on?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Now, just to repeat again, if you're voting in favour, you're voting to consider the matter at item 7. If you're voting against, you're voting to consider the matter now. Okay? We all understood? Okay. We'll try again. Yeah. No. Two people haven't voted.
We're missing three votes, Chair, sorry.
There is a majority for
Yeah.
considering the deferral now.
Yeah. Okay.
One more, Chair, sorry.
Yes.
Clear majority.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
So by 8 votes to 3, the committee has voted to make a decision on the deferral now rather than at item 7. Yes.
Okay. Can we now go back? Does anybody wish to speak on the motion? We had a seconder. I was voting, proposing it. Councillor Redrup has seconded it. Do we have anybody speaking? Sorry. Councillor Williams, Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And just before, because I see I missed the declaration of interest in the item towards Litlington, I will remove myself because it. Oh, no, but we haven't got a declaration of interest. Oh my God! Well, I've got to declare that anyway. I was ahead of the game. On this, I really don't see how there's any other option than deferral. I think we need to look into and have it really looked into why this wasn't picked up and why we didn't realise as a council at this point, because to be quite frank, we've just had the comical bit of how we were voting just now, but obviously this isn't good for the applicant, the residents or anybody. So, and it does feel like this was something that could have been avoided. So as I'd quite like to ask that to be looked into, because we are where we are, but lessons need to be learned. But yes, I will be supporting deferral because there's no way we can determine this without having everything complied and fulfilled with. Thank you.
Okay, now Councillor Batchelor.
Thank you, Chair. So just so I'm absolutely clear on this, the reason we're being asked to defer is, should the committee overturn the officer's recommendation of refusal and approve, we don't have the section 106 agreed at this stage. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, fine. So on that advice, I mean, there's no way I'm going to vote to continue with this. I will be voting to defer. But yeah, I mean, it was my understanding that every application that came before us would have had that sorted already. So, I do have some sympathy with Councillor Williams's point that, why are we in this position being asked to defer something when, normal procedure would be we're not in that state. But we are where we are, and I'll vote to defer. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the question is whether or not this deferral will affect the timing of when the application is actually determined, and if we have to ask for an extension of time.
Can we have information on that from the officers?
Through you, Chair, I think Michael has dates, but as I understand it, everyone is going to work extremely hard to bring this back to the March Planning Committee.
Just for clarity for members, I did discuss this with the agent yesterday. It is an unfortunate situation. We have outlined our intentions to consult with the Section 106 officer as a matter of urgency and then bring this back to the committee at the earliest opportunity, hopefully March committee, but that's subject to the response and then discussions on those contributions with the applicant and the agent. In terms of, there is an extension of time agreement in place until the 19th of February, I believe. We will obviously liaise with the applicant and agent and ask if they are agreeable to an extension of time to accommodate potentially bringing this back in March. So I can confirm we will ask that question, but obviously it's up to the applicant and agent whether or not they choose to agree that with us.
Okay, Councillor Fane.
Chair, we've already discussed the question of when to consider the deferral. We're considering the deferral now. I withdraw my earlier intention to consider it later, and I therefore suggest that we now move to a vote, and I don't see why that shouldn't be done by affirmation.
Do I have a second that we move to the vote? Right, Councillor Batchelor, okay. Can we get to the vote? But can we do it by affirmation? All those in favour of deferring? Good. Anybody against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Now, Thank you, members. We've agreed to defer item 7, application 23/01581/4. We'll now proceed with the rest of the agenda. Item 2 on our agenda is apologies for absence. Lawrence, are there any apologies for absence today?
Thank you, Chair. The one apology for absence today from Councillor Eileen Wilson and Councillor Henry Batchel have stepped in as substitutes today.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Members, we now come to item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? If an interest subsequently becomes apparent later in the meeting, please would you raise it at that point. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So just in relation to item 9, it's a property that is opposite my aunt-in-law, so it's probably best that I remove myself. I had to figure out what the familial connection was there accurately. I would also say that I do think that in future the declarations of interest should be taken first before any other business, because had somebody had a declaration in the item that's just been decided, that would not have been done publicly, and I assume that would have been when I joined the meeting, so I would like to raise that concern as well, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Jeff Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Though I'm the member for Balsham Ward, I actually live in Great Abington in relation to item 8. I have no knowledge of this, so I come to it afresh.
I would like to declare an interest in item, I forget the number now, not item 6, Orchard Park. I'm the local member for Orchard Park, but I've taken no part in the discussions and I come to this matter afresh. So now the minutes of the previous meeting, item 4 on the agenda is the minutes of the previous meetings. First, we had minutes of the meeting held on 17th of January up for approval, which were published as a supplement on the 13th of February 2024. Given the length of these minutes and the fact that they were published yesterday, I would like to give members an opportunity to propose that we defer the review and approval of minutes until the next meeting. Please note that amendments are part of the approval process and a deferral would only be to allow time for further review if necessary. Do any members wish to make amendments to these minutes? Do you want to defer? I've gone the wrong procedure. Would members like to defer? Do anybody want to propose it? Heather Williams.
I'll second that.
Yes, second. Okay. Can I do this by defer by affirmation the consideration to next meeting? Agreed. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry. We now come to the design review panel review. The year 1 of the review of the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel and the incorporation of Disability Consultative Panel into the Design Review Panel is being considered. This is an information item and as such is for noting by the committee following discussion. Trevine Montero is the presenting officer and will support from others. Mr. Trevine, could you present to us your report? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Just before I start, I'd just like to introduce my colleagues to yourself. So I'm Trevine Montero. I'm the team leader for Built Environment for Greater Cambridge Shared Planning. And to my right, I have...
Good morning, members. I'm Jane Green. I'm the manager for the Built and Natural Environment, so all of your specialist officers from the design side of things, landscape and ecology, through to conservation.
And to my left.
Hi, I'm Russell Brown. I'm the co-chair of the Design Review Panel.
Thank you. I've just got a presentation on my screen and just want to pass on my apologies because I can't expand the screen because of some technical glitches in the presentation. But hopefully, all members can see the presentation. What I'll do is, break my presentation in 3 parts. The first one is just to take members through a journey of where we are in terms of design review in Greater Cambridge and the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel. Talk about the recommendations of the independent advisory group that was set up as per the terms of reference on the 1-year review of the Greater Cambridge Review Panel. And finally, talk about the incorporation of the disability consultative panel in the design review function. So firstly, what's design review? Design review is a well-established way of enhancing the quality of the built environment. It offers multidisciplinary, independent and expert advice. It's a critical friend to all parties, including local authorities and applicants. It works in the public interest. It is advisory, and it gives decision makers like yourself and planners the confidence and information to support innovative high-quality designs and resist poor design proposals. It's not the only play in town, and it has to be looked at with other tools and expertise that the council has. There are multiple benefits of schemes coming to design review. Some of these are listed here. They offer better design places in terms of outcomes, not just in terms of the planning process, but actually built outcomes on the ground. It's more collaborative way of dealing with applicants. It results in our view, a faster planning process if things are resolved during these stages. It's an endorsement on some schemes that are highly controversial. It helps fill any skills or capacity gaps that the authority has, and it gives confidence to public sector decision makers. At the end of the process, we have lots of learnings that come from it. We use design review based on the 10 principles that have been set up in this document to make sure it's fit for purpose. It needs to be independent, expert, multidisciplinary, accountable, transparent, proportionate, timely, advisory, objective, and accessible. So within Greater Cambridge, we have two panels operating. One is the Cambridgeshire Quality Panel, which members might be aware of. And this panel looks at strategic sites within South Cambridgeshire as well as Cambridge City. And the schemes here generally go to the Joint Planning Development Control Committee. The panel that we are looking at today is the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel. And this is a panel that operates within the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service. And it looks at schemes in South Cambridgeshire as well as Cambridge City. And these are the schemes that are looked at by this committee, but also by the Cambridge City Council Committee. Before this panel was in existence, we used to have two panels within Cambridge City and within South Cambridgeshire. And we conducted a review in 2021 to see how we could be more efficient in the way we organized ourselves, giving consistent, clear advice as part of the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service for schemes that came within Cambridge City, but also within South Cambridgeshire. And the outcomes of this review suggested these points. Was to have one review panel that operated in both areas, to pay to use the service, which is managed in-house, a new pool of panel members with wide expertise in the 4 Cs, and I'll come back to the 4 Cs. It is independent and advisory, but it also has a governance in terms of an independent advisory group that's set up, and I'll come to that again later. We pay panel members to ensure that, not for their full rate, but a honorarium that gives them an incentive to be part of our panel. We have specific referral criteria that is based on significance, scale, and site. It is aligned with the Cambridge Quality Charter, and there's some synergy between the Cambridge Quality Panel and this panel in the way we look at schemes across Cambridge. And we have a better communication channel in terms of transparency, in terms of how things are done within the panel. So I mentioned about the 4Cs. So the Cambridge Quality Charter, it's been a while since it's set up, about 2 decades ago. And it covers the 4Cs, which are still relevant and is referred to in the National Design Guide. It's based on community, connectivity, climate, and character. And all schemes that are coming to the panel reflect and review these elements in terms of how they respond to these issues. We have 3 types of reviews: a full design review, which costs £4,000, a subsequent design review, which is without a site visit, which costs £3,500, and then a desktop review, which is £2,000. This is a recap of what a review contains. Basically, we have now in-person meetings, but during COVID, it used to be online hybrid. We have meetings on the 2nd and 4th Thursday of each month. 1 week before an applicant's presentation and case officer briefing is sent, conflicts of interest are checked. A pre-meet occurs at the start of every review, where case officers brief panel members on the context of the scheme and any planning considerations. A site visit is always held. The meeting format takes the form of a presentation, panel questions, panel discussion, and a chair summary at the end. The chair writes a letter with the help of the panel manager, which is issued 10 days post the review. And finally, when the letter is sent, we also send survey forms to take feedback from stakeholders. We've got a good back-of-house process set up on the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning website, which takes bookings from applicants for schemes and gives all the information about the panel and how it's conducted. So this is the team that we've got. We've got Russell Brown today with us, who's the co-chair of the panel. We also have Maggie Baddeley, who's also the other chair. And then we have Simon Kahn, who is the vice chair. The panel is managed by Bonnie and Tom, who are here today, and also supported by Katie Roberts and Brooke Moore. The broad membership of the panel is almost 50-50, so we have half of the membership that are based in the local area and half of it outside, but mainly London, but has lots of connections in terms of their work in this area. You can see broadly the breakup. Apologies, it's slightly tiny. I'll go through that. 14 architects, 15 conservation specialists, 4 urban designers, 4 climate specialists, 5 community specialists, and 5 connectivity specialists. So this is a review that takes into account all facets of the 4 Cs when we look at schemes, and we pick the appropriate panel member based on the scheme that is in front of us. So the review, the annual report was produced around September time, and broadly it looked at the schemes from January 2022 to June 2023. We reviewed 23 schemes, 4 schemes came for a second review, so a total of 27. The graph below gives a breakup of the schemes, of the type of schemes that have come between City and South Cambs. The governance of the review panel. So based on the terms of reference, an independent advisory group was to be set up and is set up. And it includes independent chairs which were recruited through a transparent process. So Robin Nicholson, who chairs the quality panel, and Esther Kurland, who is the director of Urban Design London, are the independent chairs, and they rotate chairing in the next 3 years. The lead member for planning is also part of the advisory group for both City and South Cambs. The chairs of planning committee are also part of this group. The chairs of the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel also sit here, and I should say the vice chair as well. And then the senior officers of the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service. As per the terms of reference, the independent chairs, in consultation with the Joint Director of Planning, make recommendations to adjust working practices to ensure the effectiveness of the panel. So the panel, the Independent Advisory Group met on 19 September 2023 and made the following recommendations. To apply the 4 C's of the framework of the Cambridge Quality Charter in a flexible manner and limit the number of questions from the applicant. To chair the panel more effectively with the chairing spread between the chairs and vice chair. A private briefing session with planning officers after panel meetings. Update the chairs and vice chairs on the outcome of planning applications so they are in touch with what happens to the application post the review. Applicants and planning officers explain through their design and access statement and their planning officers report how the scheme has evolved post going to the design review panel. Expand on the design review service to other local authorities as we are getting interest from neighboring authorities to do design review for them. Acknowledge the expansion of the membership to include more expertise in sustainability, biodiversity, and accessibility due to the merger of the DCP, but also the lack of the number of specialists in sustainability and biodiversity within the panel. And finally, to have an annual meeting of the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel and the Cambridge Share Quality Panel to share best practice and experiences of review. The next bit is the incorporation of the Disability Consultative Panel within the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel. Some members may be aware that there is a Disability Consultative Panel that is run in the Greater Cambridge Planning Service, which focuses on the accessibility of significant applications. It's made up of people that have different disability or have cared for people with disability. It's been operating from 1999 in Cambridge City Council, but only recently, since the shared service has been in place, it's also operating within South Cambs District Council. All schemes that go to the Disability Consultative Panel also go to the Design Review Panel. The panel has been running for a while, and there was a need for a review to look at arrangements in place to ensure that we are being efficient and effective in our working practices. Again, to provide a consistent advice across South Cambs and City, to ensure that there was a consistency of attendance from members, because this was not always the case, to develop resilience in terms of officers managing that service if they went on annual leave or were off sick, ensure that the service was cost neutral. The benefits of incorporating the disability function in the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel were to streamline the processes within the service to make sure that existing resources are delivering value for money for both councils. Make it easier for applicants not to go to 2 different panels, but actually come and get the advice in one panel. Enabling disability access and inclusive inclusive design comments to be discussed together with other disciplines so that they can be looked at in the round and a balanced, reasoned situation can be reached at by the chairs. Recovering the cost of administering the service, benefits from professional expertise, back of house, management, governance, comms processes of the existing Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel. The one element that the new system would lack is the lived-in experience that I've mentioned that the existing panel members bring. And in order to tackle this, we have suggested the creation of an accessibility forum to meet with Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service once every quarter, where the existing DCP members, but also new members, can provide insight on various initiatives, guidance, and strategies that the council may deploy to educate, advocate, and improve disability issues across Greater Cambridge area. So the next steps really for the disability function to be incorporated within the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel are finalizing the equality impact assessment that we are currently involved with in conversation with the quality officers of both councils, amending the terms of reference of the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel to make it explicit that it will cover accessibility, inclusive design, and disability, recruiting new panel membership together with the other specialisms that I've mentioned earlier on. There's no reason why existing members of the DCP cannot apply to become experts. Amending our back of house processes to ensure when applicants present to us, they also understand that they need to present issues of disability to be looked at. Hold a thank you event to express our gratitude to the members that have given their time voluntarily over the years. And finally, to establish an accessibility forum for members who wish to continue and new members to come together to meet every quarter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the schedule of charges, I was surprised that we are offering the middle price. I think that was 3,500 compared with 4,000, 4,000 including a site visit, the 3,500 not, because as this is mainly applied to significant developments, I would have thought that the benefit that you would get in terms of informing the report that comes out of the process would kind of benefit hugely from a site visit. So I suppose the other thing is that if I were a developer, £500 is quite a small amount of money. So therefore, wouldn't having that option would sort of risk the perception that the developer had not chosen the site visit because it would have revealed something that the developer would feel uncomfortable about having that application viewed in the context of information that you would glean from a site visit.
Can I just provide a clarification on that? So all schemes that come for a first review to the design review panel have to go for a site visit. It's the second time, schemes that come on the second time, because members have already been to the site once, then that's when the second review is taken into consideration.
Thank you. Sorry, I was going to say yes.
Perhaps just to clarify, what we've tried to do, obviously we're trying to frontline the process, so we're actually asking applicants to go to design review quite early on before they've got a fixed view. So generally speaking, we're trying to encourage them to go twice. We know that doesn't always happen, so the reason we're trying to do this, come early, talk to us, get those guidance, but also come a second time, so that final report, when it's done, so when it comes to you as members at planning committee, you actually have a report for the latest scheme that has how it's developed, and you can see that, because one of the concerns previously was sometimes it had only been once, and then members were getting an actual scheme with a report, because obviously the report come to you as decision makers, and it didn't quite tally with the scheme that you were now seeing, because that scheme had evolved. So there's now an encouragement. Obviously it's all discretionary, we can't insist applicants, but generally speaking it's been well received. People are using the service and it's covering costs, etc. But that's why we've introduced this 2 stages, and the difference obviously is without that site visit, but it's assuming it has had that first big meeting with the site visit.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation of the report, which was very detailed and must have taken quite a lot of work to put together. So thank you for that, and thank you obviously to all the members of the panel for the work that they do. We've got a few questions and a couple of comments. In the papers we were given, in the annual report, it's a small point, but some information has been redacted. So some of the names of the schemes that have been reviewed have been blocked out. And then we go a little bit further, so it's page 26 of the bundle that I've got, the printed bundle. It's paragraph 6 of the annual report. The finance figures have been redacted, which I thought was a bit odd. So it says illustrates the panel's fees and expenses, but then all of the figures have been taken out. So we can't actually have any idea really about how the resources are sort of operating. So I don't know why that was done. I think for councillors it's quite important that we would see those figures, even if under pink papers. It struck me as a significant redaction. In terms of the disability panel, I've got to say I do have some concerns about folding that in. Now, the report says that members of the existing disability panel will be invited to apply to become design review panel members. But under the terms of reference, they wouldn't qualify because, or I'm sure most of them wouldn't qualify, because under paragraph 8 of the terms of reference, if I can just find that, it says that the panel will be made up of internationally recognised experts in a number of listed fields. So there's no provision in there for lay members. So is the proposal to change the terms of reference such that lay members without, these internationally recognised expertise or whatever, professionals in the field of, so the people who don't need that could apply from the panel. I do slightly worry about the forum, is that that's quite remote from actual planning applications. I mean, obviously useful, but meeting quarterly as a forum to discuss policies is very remote from the sort of nitty-gritty that you might get and insights into actual planning applications. So there might be, I would slightly worry that there might be insights we could lose there. So a bit more information on, well, how precisely people from the panels could apply and qualify, and what steps would be taken to ensure that we don't lose those insights on actual planning applications would be handy. And there was just one other broader point, and that's about lay membership more generally. Now, obviously, this panel is deliberately composed of experts, and obviously we need experts on particular things, sustainability and that kind of thing. So obviously we need a lot of expert input here. But I would just like to raise the issue of having more general lay input into this panel, particularly when it comes to general questions of the aesthetics of design, because I think there are, different opinions about the sort of aesthetics of design, and I know many of us on this committee sometimes have concerns, doubts about the sort of the design of things that we're given. And there's, it's a bit like having the police judging the police. You've got, experts in design judging the work of other experts in design. You don't have any external input. And I think external input actually from some more general lay members on, obviously they can't give input into, technical questions of design, of sustainability policy, potentially. But some lay input into general questions of design, I think, would be useful and broaden out at the base of the panel. So I'd like to raise that as something that might be considered in the future to broaden out the membership of the panel.
Can I come back on those 3 points? I'll take the last one first. So within the design review framework and the 10 principles that I mentioned at the start of my presentation, this panel is set up to provide expert independent advice. And the scrutiny of that advice can be held up at appeals, can be taken up in confidence by officers, by decision makers like yourself. The consultative panel is a community-based panel that consists of people with lived-in experience. So they're quite two different things. what we're trying to do is provide the disability expertise within the design review function. So to keep it as an expert panel, but with the accessibility and inclusive design expertise. In terms of, you're right, in the terms of reference, it says that experts, international, I think, would be great, but experts nonetheless, in the terms of reference. But some of the disability panel members are members of REBA, for example. And so people who, of the panel, who have expertise of disability and are also members of REBA, RTPI, etc., can apply for to become a member of this panel. So that's the way we see actually that membership application working. In terms of the remit of the existing DCP, or the accessibility forum that we are trying to put, we still need to formulate exactly the terms of reference for that. And quite happy to hear thoughts from members in terms of what they should do. We've attended quite a few sessions ourselves. One of the things that keep coming is recurring themes. So, they keep discussing similar themes, accessibility to toilets, to bedrooms in houses, and bedrooms on the ground floor, etc. So there are recurring things that keep being surfaced up. And I think one of the advantages of doing what we are suggesting is that frees up the membership time to do much more other work like campaigning and for example, there was this issue of accessibility to pubs recently in Cambridge, and they could be doing more advocacy and dealing with issues in that way. So the outreach could be much more significant in the options rather than being very restrictive to just looking at planning applications. In terms of the redaction issue, I mean, because these papers are in a public forum, we haven't put these figures out there because we are thinking of expanding our service commercially to go to other local authorities. And because of the commerciality of those issues, we have redacted those schemes, the commercial information. We have redacted the information on some planning applications because of confidentiality issues, because they are still pre-apps and they have not become full applications. Once schemes become full applications, then we are happy to release the names of those schemes.
Do you wish to come back on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, thank you for allowing me to come back. Just on the disability panel, I mean, I probably used the wrong word, but it sounds like to get on this panel, you're going to have professional qualifications, and I kind of think, you're an expert on something by living with a condition, and that makes you an expert, even though you might not have membership of professional organisations. So that's my worry, is that we're going to lose people who are experts because they have to live with it day in, day out. But they're not a member of REBA or whatever. So I am concerned about losing those people. I mean, just on sort of more general lay membership, I completely understand that it is meant to be an expert panel. I suppose the problem I feel, and I'll just make this sort of plea really, as a ordinary planning committee member, is the difficulty we have is we get it, and they say, well, it's been through the design review panel, so they think it's great. So you've really got no basis, in fact, to turn it down. So actually, we don't really have the ability to say, no, we don't like it, gone, because they'll appeal, and they'll say, oh, the design review panel thought it was great, and the inspector will say, yes, there was no evidence for the district council to review it. So if we can get some more lay membership in at some point in this, I think it will be helpful, but I will stop there. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come back.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Heatherwood.
Sure.
No, Councillor Toby Hawkins. Yeah, Councillor Toomey Hawkins. Sorry, I don't know. Have you already spoken? No.
Yes.
No, Councillor Heather Williams. I'm sorry. and then
Thank you, Chair. I would hate to jump in front of Councillor Hawkins. That'd be very uncouncil-like. We don't have parliamentary council-like. So I have a few questions on the report. First of all, this could be an error, but on page 24, for some reason, the panel chair has been highlighted. I didn't know if that was for a specific purpose, or whether that was, and it's something that you might want to just take out of the document if it's an error. But equally, the source and application, I must admit, when I read through it wasn't a glowing endorsement of the process. And if we look at page 25, it actually has the word disappointingly in it from the panel. And I sort of was led to believe in this bit that it just means, as Councillor Richard Williams has said, about the frustrations we have as committee sometimes being said, oh, but it's gone through the panel, so, you know, you can't have a difference of opinion. And yet we can see on the other side, there's obviously dissatisfaction from the panel as well, that they're not being taken on board. So it does feel like it's slightly disjointed here and some work needs to be done. If there's something in particular about the source and application that officers would like to clarify on this, I'd be more than happy to hear it. Also, I do have concern about the redaction. Normally, as councillors, if there is something that's commercially sensitive, we would be given a pink papered version of which we would go into closed session if we wanted to discuss the figures. But right now, as it stands, I'm being asked to note something which I actually do not have all the information for. Same with the applications. So I think this could have been done differently. I accept it's commercially sensitive, but there is a middle way, and I'd ask officers to consider that going forward. On page 29, on the improvements, it says planning officers require training about the material weight of the DRP. I think that kind of goes as well into what's been said previously. I think what would be really helpful is a clear distinction when this goes to panel of what is technical and what is subjective. So something around biodiversity, disability, to a certain extent that's technical, and I think it's great. You know, we need to make sure that all buildings are disability friendly. I remember when it can have quite a bad impact, for example, even just how the noise of hand dryers. So as many members know, my daughter in her first years was wearing hearing aids. She still to this day will tense because imagine it's a huge sound going in to their ears, microphoned, you know, when they're 1 or 2. It's actually quite a traumatic experience using public toilets in that situation. So I'm all for including it more, but I think it does need to make sure that it's got a wide range, because there are so many forms of disability, some of them that, you know, people just wouldn't even know. So don't be shy in broadening that out, I think is a plea there. But I think I have sat here frustrated in the past, and I'm sure it's not ideal for planning panel members when they've sat there and done the piece of work and everything, and then committee does what they do. But so I do think there is a piece of work that needs to be done to really try and balance this and make it really clear, because whether a building is beautiful is so subjective. We've had it ourselves. Landmark for some reason, nearly every developer we've seen thinks that just means tall and big and large. And that is incredibly frustrating, because actually it's the smaller buildings that quite often can have more character and be more, you know, landmark in themselves. So yes, I do feel that it's a positive thing that we have it, but equally it does come as a bit of a double-edged sword sometimes for committee members, and I think a lot of work needs to be done to address that, which I don't see in the recommendations.
I think there's so many points there. We'd ask her to answer and respond to those now, please.
Do you want us to do all questions from members, or just
And we've got so many here points in this one that I think perhaps you would be good to respond.
So I'll certainly make a start. So apologies in terms of how we presented it. Lesson learned about you wanting to see that information. Happy to share that outside of this. I think probably we took the view that it's an information item, so perhaps we didn't need to do that, but we will absolutely do that in future, and happy to share it outside of the meeting. In terms of being a double-edged sword. And I suppose this is but one of the tools that we as the planners have, or you as a committee have. What this, we try and encourage applicants to go at a pre-app stage. This sits alongside community engagement and all the other discussions that happen. So although this morning we're focusing very much on this one tool that you have available to you members, it is but that. So for example, if members, I mean obviously there are technical things that need to be looked at, and you've obviously mentioned things in your comments, Councillor Williams. Design and aesthetics is not necessarily one of the things that absolutely can be subjective, and those are the sorts of things that can be discussed through with communities about what are their expectations. Generally, design, what we're trying to look at is the context and actually what's appropriate, and looking at, for example, does the place function? Is there good accessibility? Have they left enough land for landscaping and for biodiversity, etc.? So those are the things that the panel will predominantly look at. Stylistic things about, perhaps the appearance and that side of things is, yes, there's a view for community in that, but there's a process that sits alongside this. This isn't the only element, the only process.
It'd be useful just to get Russell's view, because Russell's the chair of the panel and his experience.
I think I've been in panel, I'm the chairman of Hackney and set it up, because I used to live there for about 15 years. So very much our understanding, and my personal understanding, is we are absolutely part of a democratic process. And as an architect, my taste might be very different from yours, but you have the final say, and that we are very, very conscious that we, in some ways, are technocrats to help you. And I think it is difficult, this whole thing of going to appeal and where that sits in all this process. But the majority of time, we'd be defending you by pointing out technical errors. We do try, as James explained. Often we'd be saying, look, you just haven't got enough landscaping here. It's much more general. And we're pretty careful about saying, I like it because it's got a pitched roof or it hasn't. And so, and often there'll be disputes within, there'll be more than one architect on the thing. And there are classical architects and there are vernacular architects. And often the taste will be spread and will be varied. So we do take it very seriously that, one, you have the final say and that we're there to support. We are briefed in advance by the planning officers, and then we're now talking about, having a debrief afterwards. So I think it's much more about the quality of things, that people aren't doing landscaping, aren't making it accessible, aren't thinking about sustainability. And that's one of the good things about the 4 Cs. Actually, we try to spend an equal amount of time on community, on connectivity, and on climate. And actually, character is often, gets a bit pushed to the back, dealing with, the problems of the planet. So I think we take that very seriously. And I think we really try very hard not to let my taste, which might be very different from yours, allow that to be in our reports. And I think we'll reflect on that. I think the one thing, going back on the disability, there is a bit of an issue that, particularly if we're dealing early with a scheme, there won't be the detail about how wide doorways are or the real nitty-gritty. So I do think that's something that we have to make sure. I mean, I've done schemes in Cambridge and we go to the disability part, and the discussion is about height of switches for lifts, ramps, colour even, and things like that. And so that's in real detail, which probably can't really be covered at DRP, where we're dealing with bigger problems. But I think one thing that is really good quite early on is we attempt to look about how accessible the design is. Is it legible? If you're in the car park, can you tell where the entrance is? Does it feel safe? So I think the accessibility in a broader way, less technical and maybe more about how understandable or user-friendly, if that's a good word, is, I think that's very important. And I think maybe we could shift the disability discussion to those bigger things. A final thing is, I refuse to use the word landmark as well. I hate seeing it, and lots of poor schemes claim to be landmarks. So I'm as sensitive to that phrase as you are, well overused, and I try not, even for myself, I would never use it. It's a very dangerous, overused phrase. I agree.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Oh, sorry.
Flashing green. Is that working now? Thank you for the responses, and I think that's really interesting actually to hear from yourself about how panels try to be really careful on that, because it does feel very much sometimes that we're told, oh, but it's been through the design enabling panel, so you can't really object on design. So I think perhaps that last bit about planning officers, and I don't want to just make this officers, I think planning committee members as well, you know, we're all decision makers in this process. So I don't want to sort of just shift blame onto the officers. I think it should be planning officers and councillors. I'd suggest all councillors, because we'll have local members involved in this process as well, to require training about the weight of it. I think that's something that we need to do together. But I didn't get an answer on Sawston, Chair.
Yeah, so what we did in the report is put 1 or 2 examples of actual real schemes that have been to the panel and asked the chairs to comment on their experience of that. And, you know, there are positive experiences and there are things that we learn from. And in that response, you know, there is both there. And so the aim of the exercise is not to say, oh, everything is hunky-dory within the service. There are things, for example, that's highlighted, for example, how planning officers are writing the report in the planning officer's report and how panel's comments have been taken or not taken on board. And that's something that we are quite conscious and we are aware of, and we need to do more training on that with officers to provide advice on exactly how panel's views are captured in planning officer's report and are clear to members to arrive at that decision.
Thank you.
So the other thing I was wanted to add is that, you know, having established this new combined panel for both Cambridge and South Cambs, what we've deliberately done is put in a very formal review process every year. So actually there will be this, you know, what we're doing now is we will do it again in another year to see how it's improved. I think going forward there will also be an emphasis on the outcomes on the ground. At the moment we're only a year in, so obviously the schemes that it's considered are still either in planning or haven't quite yet started on site. So there is learning going on, but we've set up this in this way so we can have that learning process. The other thing, one of the other points was members said they wanted to get to know panel members, they ought to understand a little bit more, so hence we're bringing Russell Hamilton. So this will come on an annual basis, and again we're happy to have feedback, so if you need more information, less information, that point about training and joint training is something we'll take back. So although this is an information item for you members, it's really helpful to hear what you need from us and for your officers and from the panel, so we can work on that, and that will continue to evolve. And likewise, point about disability and whether we've got that will be picked up in another year's time to see, well, has it worked or not? So, you know, it will continue to be, you know, evolving and learning as we go through.
Just one final point for me is, you know, the reviews that we are currently doing, lots of those have not got a determination in terms of the application. Some have got, but even between determination and things being built, you know, it takes a few years to do that. And the intention is, you know, on a periodic basis, we do like a yearly annual site visit, and we'll invite members as well for that to see the schemes that we have looked at and how they are performing on the ground.
Councillor Toomey Hawkins, sorry for the delay.
Thank you, Chair. No, that's absolutely fine. I just want to say, first of all, thank you very much to Russell for being here, with Maggie for chairing the design panel, and obviously also Tom and Bonnie for how they managed it. It's a lot of work that goes in this, and I declare I have been an observer on some of them, so I know exactly, you know, what goes on there. Just if I can sort of start with the bit about the training, certainly will be useful for not just the lead members of the planning committees, but planning committee members to be observers on some of these. Because that's the best way to actually see how it works and what goes into it and how the issues are discussed and the balance that is reached. Now, what I think we do currently now have the the final report is part of the paperwork when an application comes to committee, because I've seen that. And what I tend to do is go look at the urban design comments, compare it with what is in the committee report, the design report, and that way that gives me a feeling of just how well the applicant has used the information that was given or the advice given by the design panel to improve their design. So there's ways in which we can do that. I just wanted to sort of, point that out, but, thanks very much for the information we've had so far. And I'm glad to hear all the comments that have been made, because all we're trying to do is improve the planning service that we give to residents of City and South Cambs. And this is just one of those ways in which we do that. Page 22, the paragraph that says, on some occasions, we've had cancellations, late cancellations, which means the slot is lost. Bearing in mind, we already have a situation where there's more applicants than we've got the time to do, to have the service. Isn't there something we can do to ensure that we don't have this late? I know late cancellations, may happen, it's life, but perhaps there's a way in which we can prevent that happening or have a just in case something, maybe something we can look at, please. And the next point was going to be, sorry, I've got it all on there's on page 26 something about some developers having little awareness of the design guide. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Maybe we can, so the fourth bullet point on the wider impact of the panel. Also, sorry, page 30. The top half, second to the last bullet point, some panel members appear to lack knowledge on local plan policies and neighborhood plans. I think you've left out village design guides. We shouldn't forget those, they're very important. I know that, it's, and that's the sort of the lowest level that people can see, please. I've talked about having not just lead members of planning committees observing, that's page 31. All members, I think, should have an opportunity to actually sort of observe what's going on. I think I'll leave it there. A lot of what I was going to say has been said, but thank you very much to everyone who's been involved. And hopefully we'll see things improve going forward. Thank you.
Are you expecting responses? They seem to be more comments than questions. Is there any particular point you want to respond to?
I don't have questions. It's just, just making comments. As I said, I tend to be privileged in that I've seen it work.
Councillor Lisa Reza.
Thank you, Chair, and everyone for all the interesting answers. I was just wondering about the integration of the disability consultative panel and whether that had any possible implications of perhaps fewer projects being assessed for the disability accessibility because you're moving from a free service to a paid-for service. I just wondered if that had been considered.
So we've done a bit of work to look at the schemes last year that the disability panel had seen. And what we've found is basically the same number of schemes that have gone to the disability panel have also gone to the design review panel. So design review panel is a paid service. We're not asking to pay any more for also adding the disability service. So it's all coming as one package. What we're just making, we're absorbing in effect the cost of that because it's no additional work necessary for us except the front cost of setting it up. So, we hope, that there wouldn't be any impact as a result of that.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Let me echo what Councillor Hawkins said. I've found it extremely helpful personally to have Russell Brown here, and reassuring too to know that the the relationship between the panels and this committee. I think we're all faced with the fact that rather more of the decisions we have to take tend to be subjective. If we're looking at the inclusion of beauty, whilst there is objective assessment of that, it is inevitably rather more subjective. And I think one of the things that is very important is that we don't have a variation of views between the experts on the panel and ourselves as committee members who come to this as lay members, whatever we may think our own expertise may be. On the question of lay input, I do feel it's important that that is primarily a role for this committee, but I accept the point that Councillor Richard Williams made earlier on, that it is very important that those who have lived in experience of disability don't feel that because they may or may not be RABO members or whatever, they're less valued than before. And I'm sure that's something that can be taken into account in taking this forward. But I'm conscious of the fact that those may not be questions, and our role here is merely to note this report.
Thank you. I have a comment too in terms of the disability aspect of it. While I accept the need for lay input and lay experience and lived-in experience, disability is a very individual thing. I've got a mentally handicapped child. He has problems. They're not to do with wheelchair access, but there are other problems, like Councillor Heather Williams. They're different responsibilities, and that's why it is important, I think, to have the importance of expert advice, people who've studied a wide range of problems to take into account, and the various different ways that different disabilities can impact upon on a building. So I think it is important to have expert advice. Lived-in experience will only be individual, related to an individual's personal problems, and they're felt very strongly, but you can't just rely upon that. So I think that I just wanted to emphasise that point. There we are. Have we any other comments for the report? Councillor Junior Williams.
Thank you. I think at
Hawkins.
No, don't worry about it. I think at one point is there the option of having the chair of the panel attend a committee meeting for more difficult or sensitive applications? Is that something that we can have? They don't have to be here physically, they can be online.
Yeah, I mean, there is precedent, but I think over here we haven't considered that, but we can take that away and come back.
Yeah, because obviously if members have, specific issues or questions, then the opportunity is there for them to ask.
Thank you. Any? Councillor Heather Williams.
I would just second that proposal because, like, we have highways officers on hand and others, but particularly when the panel is probably being sort of relied on as that technical evidence, and on larger sites or even small ones, to be fair, quite sensitive, that would definitely just be a good thing. And also, I think it would provide more transparency, because I think for when we have sort of an approval and we have residents that are opposed to it, and then they hear of this panel that is sort of faceless somewhere else, and we're being told that, we've got to, I think it would just benefit everybody to know. No, not share the blame at all, but it would just help to sort of humanise the process, because rather than it sort of perceived as this sort of top-down authority that has this iron grip on committee, which I sometimes the way that we, and not all of us, the way we discuss it, you can't really blame them for thinking it. So yeah, I think that would help give some transparency to it.
Just come back on a couple of points, really. One, just to mention, I think, certainly all that you're saying is quite relevant and useful. One of the things we just do need to bear in mind that, the chairs and the design review is here as an advisory and shouldn't be replaced or seen as a tick box to say the scheme should go ahead. So just to bear that in mind. And the other point, I think last time when we had a similar conversation with city councillors, I think they were of a different view to yourself. So we just need to
They're
take
very
that.
different,
Yeah,
and it's our differences which make us stronger together.
Yeah.
But I think you've even got cross-party support for this one, so run with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll take it back and give some thought to that. Whether it's all applications or there's certain ones, we can give some thought to that, certainly.
Okay, I think we come to the... Oh, Councillor Hawkins, and then I think we'll...
I just wondered if
to finish.
we can just hear maybe last words from Russell Brown.
Okay,
If there's anything else
Russell,
you
would
want to tell us.
have some words?
The DRP feel very much that you're making the decision, and I'm a bit worried. You seem to take it far more seriously than I thought you did. So I'm a bit taken aback by how powerful we are, because I hadn't perceived that. I think there's two things to say. One is to thank it is very well organised, and that there's an amazing amount of effort by the Cambridge team to look after us and get us in and out of taxis, but also the paperwork and everything. And I do sit on other committees, and they are not as well organised. So you should be thanking everybody who's here, and Bonnie and Katie and all the other people, and Joanna, who's finished now. I think the one point, that, just to answer one of the questions, is that it is quite difficult at committee. So a DRP might have happened months before you actually see a scheme, and a lot of change might have happened in dialogue with the officers. So I think for us, as sitting on the other side of the table, it is only best practice, I mean, I guess to try and put it in the best light, but to actually run through the comments that the DRP made and actually to point out how the scheme has developed in that view. So that should be coming in the final design statement. It's no longer design and access statement. And if not, it's not to put more work on the officers, but for the officers to say, look, this was 3 months ago and these things have changed, or for you to be able to ask that question. So it is quite tricky, and as Jimmy's pointing out, you can often say, well, wait a minute, there's all these comments from the DRP, and you're looking at quite a different scheme, and that how you compare, in technical terms. I think that's quite an important factor.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the recommendation. The officers recommend that the South Cambridge District Council Planning Committee notes the recommendations made by the Independent Advisory Group about the GCDRP and how these will be taken forward. The incorporation of the Disability Consultative Panel into the existing GCDRP and establishment of an accessibility forum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution, and we note that forward. Now, I think it's now time for a break. We'll come back at 11:30 for the next item on the agenda.
you very much, Chair.
Welcome back to the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. We're now considering application number 22/01632/FUL, Orchard Park parcels COM4 and L2, Topper Street, Orchard Park. It's a proposal for an apart hotel and a hotel with additional mixed-use facilities, including the erection of a building above a basement, car parking, landscaping and other associated works. The application is being reported to committee as it raises special planning policy or other considerations. The key issues are design and character, transport and parking, amenity impacts. The site was visited on the 7th of February 2024. The officer's recommendation is to approve subject to conditions in a Section 106 agreement. Michael Hammond is the presenting officer. Thank you very much. Michael, could you present the application?
Thank you, Chair. So, as you mentioned, the application is for an apart hotel/hotel. So it'll be an 80-bedroom apart hotel element and then 137 beds in the hotel element. It also includes mixed-use facilities such as conference facilities, gym, swimming pool, restaurant facilities within it, as well as landscaping, car parking, and other associated works. So here is the site location plan. So it immediately abuts the Topper Street play area. To the west is Neil Drive, and members may recall there was an application discussed, I believe it was a few months ago at this committee, that I also brought, that was refused. Then to the east, you've got properties on Engledow Drive. To the south are properties on Topper Street. And then to the north is the boundary with the A14. And this just shows that a bit more zoomed out and in aerial view. So it's one of the last remaining parcels. You can see another parcel being developed over here, for example, remaining at Orchard Park. In terms of constraints, there aren't too many to note. The green belt is the other side of the A14 to the north. The site lies in policy allocation SS1, which is a major development site as part of the wider Orchard Park area. Members will note there is a design guide that covers the Orchard Park area. The parcel forms part of COM4, not the entirety of the parcel, as I mentioned, that the western end isn't part of this application, it's this eastern portion here of COM4. Just showing some extracts from this document in terms of constraints and opportunities. There is obviously the noise associated with the A14. There is, for example, routes going through the site, as well as key views and vistas. And then it's just showing where the back of the development would be adjacent to Engledow Drive. And then these are the design principles. So as mentioned, there's a design principle for a pedestrian public realm link going through here. There'll be this open space element, and this is a rough indication of how development might be orientated with an active frontage on the southern end. And then this is just marking the possible noise attenuation through architectural design. So I won't read these all out, but in terms of the site-specific design criteria, the next slide would be more useful. But things to note, for example, is 15 meters building height for the primary block on this site, and then that goes down to 12 and 9 meters for other buildings. But it's probably easier if I show this slide to illustrate that visually. So again, lots of landscaping outside the front, with a route going east to west. And again, showing that suggested sort of airflow routes to try and eliminate some of the air quality impacts associated with the A14, for example. But it's earmarked that this area here would be where the largest element would be. And then you'll note at the bottom here is an indicative section sort of showing distances from the noise barrier, how the public open space work, and if it was a 12-meter building, how it would be laid out. And they had a distance of roughly 23 to 24 meters from that noise barrier. There's quite extensive site history across Orchard Park, but of most relevance is this one, which is a 2016 outline application. It was originally 2014. There was then a variation of conditions, but ultimately the same scheme. For 82 apart/hotel units, again with restaurant and gym facilities, and a ground floor surface area car park around the sides of it. And this is showing, so it would have been around 19.5 meters high. This was the previous scheme. And this is a visualization from the documents provided with that, just to give you an idea of what that would have looked like. So moving on to what's proposed in front of us. It is a, say, apart hotel scheme with open space near the front adjoining the Topper Street play area. So I'll go for the floor plans, which will help illustrate which bits are which, because at the moment it's obviously not labelled in here. But there would be a car park where there is an entry level at ground floor, and then there's also a ramp that leads up to the mezzanine level, which then has a ramp going down onto Neil Drive. So you will come in off Topper Street here, and then you would go down onto Neil Drive there. But yeah, lots of public realm, and it would generally follow a linear route in terms of east-west, how the actual building is laid out, but that will become clearer in the following slides. And it's roughly 22.5 to 24.7 meters from the acoustic barrier. I say roughly because you'll note the acoustic barrier does sort of, curve slightly. So starting at the bottom, there is a basement level, which includes a cinema sort of screen area here for the conference facilities, as well as some other facilities at the ground floor level. This is showing there'll be a swimming pool above at the upper level, and there's also some toilets and changing areas down here, for example. At the ground floor, trying to mark on this legend what different areas are. So the main entrance from the ground floor would be a combination of restaurant, bar, public areas, i.e. receptions. So generally speaking, the western end will be where the apart hotel is. So this will be the main entrance into the apart hotel. And at the east, this will be the main entrance to the hotel element. Coming through here, you've got that swimming pool and gym. And then, as I mentioned before, there's parking at the back and the sides. Back of house where bins will be kept, for example, is in this sort of left-hand corner here, with the intention that bin lorries would collect and servicing would happen on this Neil Drive turning head, where you can see the lorries marked there, for example. Moving up, there's what's called the mezzanine level, so immediately above this ground floor, which is where you see this divide. This sort of red line indicates a divide. So you've got co-working at first floor level, and then at the western end, you've got where the apart hotel, what's called long stay, starts. And then there's more recreational facilities above that gym. And you'll see, again, more car parking, which is accessed via the ramp. And then above that, at first floor, this is where the more firm divide comes in. Eastern 3 blocks, so what are C, D, and E, are where the hotel, the short stay would be. And at the western ends are where the long stay would be. There will be outdoor biodiverse roofs with terraces, for example, but the main biodiverse roof element will be on this eastern end, with this area being able to be publicly accessed. And going up through the floors, at this point there aren't any terraces, it's coming up the second floor, but the same layout, which, without going into detail of the rooms, continues upwards. And then once you get to the 4th floor level, this is where the outer blocks, so block E and A, when you go through the elevations later, aren't as high, so they're a story lower than the 3 central blocks. And then this is just showing what would be technically the 5th floor of the 3 central elements and the roof of the others. So mainly for plant and accessing that. And again, just showing the roof of the 3 central blocks with PV panels, for example, there. As I mentioned, access in terms of vehicular access is from this end on Topper Street here. The exit onto Neil Drive. There will also be pedestrian access sort of going east to west through the site, as well as connecting into the existing Topper Street play area. And then it's just a landscape master plan of how they might be laid out. Obviously, there's conditions relating to landscape, but principally this would be where most of, for example, the tree planting would be. There'll be a small play area to the west over here. So going on to the elevations. So it's approximately 22.5 to 24.7 meters from that barrier on the A14. But you'll see where I was mentioning the north is looking from the A14, if you would. So again, much of this won't be visible because it'll be behind the barrier, but it steps down on the outer edges with the roof plant also set in from the edge. And then this east view is largely what will be visible from those Engledow Drive properties to the east. But you'll see that it's stepped away, so you've got the first part here, and then it gradually comes up, and then that's stepped away. And then this is the sort of principal elevation, the southern elevation. This red outline is where the previous hotel permission, what the massing of that was broadly. And you can see, so this is from the south, and then this is looking from the west. So the main entrances would be at the ground floor here and here. In terms of materials, it'll be a mixture of different brick types, trying to mirror what's being done on Marmalade Lane, for example, and copper cladding, for example, at the higher levels with the rooftop plan. So looking at a wider site elevation, I've tried to mark on here, hopefully it's legible, the different heights of the other either approved developments or existing developments on this part of Orchard Park. So starting at the left, so furthest west, you've got the Travelodge Hotel, which at its highest point is about 14.5 meters. Then there's the 2019 permission for land west of Neil Drive, which is 15.35 meters. The proposed scheme would be 24.4 meters at the highest points, so these are these three roofs that are set back, and 21.1 on this outer edge. Engledow Drive properties around 11 meters, and then you've got these flats further east that are 14.9. So there's two what are called verified views, which the landscape and urban design team requested. So this top image is how it looks currently, so looking westwards from Topper Street at the site. This middle image is, as in if it was built, what it would look like year one, so to speak. So you can see this additional massing up here. And then this bottom image is at year 15. So if the street tree planting, plants are already there, grow, what the impact of that would be in terms of those views. And then this is the other verified view. So this is looking from the north, across the lake, from the guided busway. So again, top, where you can currently see Travelodge, for example, the building here. This pink bit is outlining the permission adjacent, as I mentioned. And then this is the proposed development in here. And again, with it at year 15, so with more the trees being more grown, how that would look. So just going through some indicative views. So this is CGI of how it would look. And then from ground level, so looking from the southeast across the existing play area. And then if you're standing in front of the play area, how it would look. And then just moving around the sort of landscaped area. So these are some sort of longer distance CGI sort of modelling that's been done. So looking, for example, from Stanley Avenue, how it would infill this gap, and from Central Avenue in here, and then a bit closer at Topper Street. And then similarly looking from Neil Drive at it, and then the eastern end of Topper Street. And then these are some much longer distance ones. So looking from the east, where the black is where the new proposed development will be. And then this is just what that view from the guided busway would look without the planting and anything else in the way. So there was an update sheet done. Members will note it was to do with primarily the section 106 figures. There was a reference in 1.2 to there only being 2 design naming panel meetings, but that should be 3, as I've set out in 9.17. But the updates relate to the financial contributions towards outdoor sports and green infrastructure. Essentially, the figure needs to be revised down as per the Section 106 officer's request, because it's agreed that an apart hotel, the occupancy rate is about 78% in terms of what you'd usually have 100% occupancy for a fully residential scheme. So essentially, those figures need to be brought down. In addition, I should note those 2 figures that were in the table in 9.106, I think were wrong. That should have been a lower figure to start with, so my apologies. There's also a bit of more of a minor point, but originally the table just said public access to gym, but it should be the gym and swimming pool, which is what I've said later in my report as well. So apologies for that. So before I get to plan balance, I'll just let members know we do have Tam Parry on the call from the County Council Transport Assessment Team. I don't know if Tam, you're able to just share your video and just introduce yourself now. Suspenseful, yeah, keeping it suspended. He was having trouble with an electrician earlier, I heard, so hopefully it's nothing to do with that. But he is on the call, so hopefully when we get to the questions or debate, he can assist at that point. So going through the planning balance of officers. So in terms of potential issues or considerations weighing in refusal of officers, the quantum of proposed car parking, 178 spaces, falls below the local plan standards for the mix of uses, which would be 361, if you have a strict interpretation of that. So that's something to weigh in mind. In terms of approval, principal development's been established by the previous permission on the site. It's acceptable. It's been for a series of pre-application and design enabling panels, as we were talking about earlier, iterations, and the view of officers, which is shared by urban design officers, is that it doesn't harm the character appearance of the area. There will be economic benefits through the creation of local employment opportunities, social benefits from those financial contributions towards local infrastructure, improvements to the range of accommodation, and the provision of recreational facilities for the general public, such as the gym and swimming pool. There will be a biodiversity net gain that will be secured through off-site biodiversity net gain. So, yeah, ultimately, Chair, the officer recommendation is approval subject to conditions and Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the officer? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Michael, for your presentation. Can you just confirm what I think I saw? There's no vehicular drop-off at the front of the building? Anyone arriving by taxi or the Amazon van doing a delivery would either have to go around the back through the car park or park on top of street?
Through you, Chair. Yes, that is, I'll just double check on the plans, but yeah, there isn't specifically right outside the front doors, if you would, a drop-off area. I'm just getting the plan up now for my peace of mind. Yeah, there's not a dedicated space within the site, so they would need to be dropped off on the existing public highway around the site.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things. Can you confirm the height of the, is it the travel lodge that's next to it? Just, comparing the ridge height of this one with that one. And also the form, the build form of this proposal compared to what was granted permission before. It looked as if there's more built-up section, facing the existing properties. Just to clarify that one, please.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair, I'll just share my screen again because it's probably easier to refer to the slides. I did whiz through them. So, yes, as mentioned before, so the travel lodge at this highest point is 14.5 metres high. In comparison, the proposal would be 24.4 metres. That's to the top of the rooftop plant at its highest point. And then the two outer blocks would be 21.1 metres high to the rooftop plant. So hopefully that clarifies that question, Councillor Hawkins. But just oh, this one here, sorry. Yeah, there was a 2019 permission for, I forget how many flats exactly, but it's residential flats that was permitted on this site. You may recall we had a basement car park, and it came to committee a few months ago without the basement car park, and it got refused, if you remember. So that's not there. Yes, that would be, yeah. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, in terms of your other question, if I go back to the history. So previously it was this is the southern elevation of what's previously. So it had this smaller element on the outside here, but it was sort of a series of pitched roofs, and then this slightly shallower central element here, and again on the outskirts it was slightly shallower there. In terms of, it might be useful to look at, again, this visualization of how that looked. As I mentioned, it was smaller than what we've got in front of us here. The exact figure, again, is on a slide. Just trying to find the right one, if I remember correctly. Yeah, well, this has got it on. I had one where I had the exact figure, but it looks like, so this line, if you can see my cursor here, is 21.1 metres. This is just below that, so I think it was 19.5 from memory. I think I might have had that on the slide, actually. That's ringing a bell. Sorry, it was on the I definitely have done it. There, it wasn't the one I was looking at. 19.5 metres previously. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, here. Yeah.
Is new in this proposal, which means there's a bigger block facing the existing houses.
Yeah, that's new compared to what was there previously. Yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor, Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a few questions around the main areas of objection seem to be around parking, noise and litter from the Community Council. In other applications, what we've done when litter has been a concern is we sort of have like a waste management strategy or some sort of commitment or some strategy to deal with if there is. I think we had one developer that sort of in their strategy committed to doing a litter pick once a month or something, which helps the company as well because no one wants to turn up at a hotel surrounded by, you know, packets of chewing gum or whatever it is. So I'm just wondering, I've had a look at the sort of the conditions, we've got those bullet points, and I was thinking, well, littering is sort of antisocial behaviour, but other people might not class it as so. So just wondering whether, because I think that is a real concern with them being apartments as well, there is higher chance of takeaways and the like than a hotel normally has restrictions on that. So if that's possible to include. Also, with the noise, I appreciate that there is a condition for that, but would it be possible to put something around materials? Because we also know that the materials that are used can, in the structures of the building, can really help amplify or sort of act as a bund. So is that something that the conditions would help with, which potentially could resolve that issue? And then on parking, those people that know Arrington and my patch know parking has been an issue because of the Wimpole gates for a long time. And when we had an application, there was a unilateral undertaking to just give a pot of money so that double yellow lines, the cost of that could be covered. Is that something that you've explored? Potentially in this, there was no section 106, which is why it was a unilateral undertaking in the multi-trail. But is that something that is foreseeable are you confident that within the 106 and the conditions that should it become an issue once it's open? Because the problem we always have is until it's up and running for some years, you won't really know the extent of things like parking. And there is such a deficit from the local plan for us to, if we were, and I'm not saying we would, but if we were to give consent, then I think they probably, quite understandably, the locals would need a lot more reassurance on that matter. So I think that's, they're the main things. And then obviously we've got some sort of conflict of views amongst officers with the landscape officer and what have you, but I think that's adequately addressed in the report, which is those three, please.
Through you, Chair. In terms of your first point, Councillor Williams, I'm assuming the litter is at condition 24 in terms of bullet points in that condition. Was that the one you were referring to?
Bear with while I scroll, please.
That's fine, thank you.
There are quite a lot of conditions. Yes, page 90. It's on page 90, and it refers to on-site security means of enforcing against any antisocial behaviour on site. I suppose it's a debate as to whether littering is antisocial or whether we could perhaps create a H in that area.
Thank you for clarifying. Yes, we have no objection to that as officers, to that to be included in that condition. So that's absolutely fine. Moving on to your next point about materials being used, I don't think in principle we have any issue with that being weaved into the wording. Again, sorry, I'm going to refer to you. Was that condition 31 you were referring to in terms of the noise?
You just like me scrolling up and down, don't you? Because I went back to my point. Do you want to go to the next bit while I scroll?
Yeah, that's fine. In the meantime, I know you made the point about parking and the potential for contributions towards, I imagine, sort of WL lines. I mean, it might be at this point, if Tam Parry can hear me this time, to perhaps, yes. Oh, sorry, Tam, just hold on 1 second. 31 was the one, yep. Okay. Sorry, Tam, they could jump back and forward. Could you just perhaps go into the issue of sort of perhaps parking on the street and how that might be managed and potential mitigation measures, if that's okay? Thank you.
Hi, sure. Yes, good morning, committee. My name's Tam Parry. I'm with Cambridge County Council Transport Assessment Team. So we don't think there will be an issue of overspill parking onto the surrounding streets from this application. However, if there is, then as Councillor Williams has noted, that there is a possibility of putting in double yellow lines or single yellow lines in locations where they're not currently there. If parking is found to be an issue in those locations. Now, there is a Section 106 contribution from this application towards the Histon Road scheme, and I'm more than happy to suggest to the applicant that we take £5,000 from the overall contribution and allocate it to specifically for a fund for installing yellow lines should they be needed in the future. But don't see this being an issue. It would amend the heads of terms slightly. So if this is something that the committee wants, then I'm more than happy to suggest that.
Okay. Sorry, Chair. I see Councillor Williams raising her hand, but yeah, it might be. I think we had a question about the noise, and sorry, I should be asking us questions. For clarification, is the concern about noise in terms of amenity on adjacent occupiers or future occupiers of the building, just for clarity?
Okay, so just before I have to scroll back up to the other part, It is on number 31, it says about the way things will be constructed. And my interpretation of what the Community Council was concerned about is ongoing noise for the residential properties around it, because those people staying at the hotel, obviously they're short term, but the residents will have this more long term. What it says in number 31 is the development shall be constructed in strict accordance with the noise mitigation, and then goes on about works. I just wanted to be clear that that's not just about construction noise, that is about ongoing noise and being able to look at the materials that are being used and what sort of protections, because like I say, quite often, I know it's not a tin roof, but you get the point. If it's a tin roof, it's going to be a lot more noisier than a different sort of noise. And actually quite a lot of hotels have soundproofing. It's those materials that will make a big difference to the day-to-day lives of the residents living around this building. The way that's worded, is there enough in there for you to be able to take that into consideration when deciding on the conditions?
I think the short answer is, as worded currently, probably not. The issue is also if you look at the reason for that condition, it's for the amenity of the future occupiers rather than what the impacts on neighbours would be. So I think we'd either need to explore amending that condition to also consider the impact on nearby properties and probably add some wording into the main text whereby that could be considered, or alternatively inserting a new condition that specifically deals with noise from material use and how that impacts on neighbours as a prior to occupation condition, for example, or something to that effect. Or
Thank you. Chair, if we can make a note, obviously I've asked some conditions, I appreciate we're going to debate the item, but if you could make note of that, because I think yes, it's important to protect the residents that are there, but equally we have a duty to the residents around as well, so would want to make sure that all were being treated fairly. And I think so some alteration or new, I'm open to how that would be done, but I do think it's something that I just noticed was missing a little bit.
Okay, Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'm flattered by having the name Fane. Okay, just one question from me, and it's about parking.
Melissa, your microphone seems to be on and causing us some feedback in the chamber. Could you turn it off, please?
Right, okay, I think, yeah, that's all right, okay. So parking. Development provides 178 parking spaces. Local plan policies would suggest 361. That's fewer than half. It's 49% of the parking spaces that we're supposed to be there under the plan are actually being proposed. But I've got this is questions. I've got two specific points. This figure we're given is 0.182 parking spaces per room. Can you just confirm to me that ignores the parking requirements for leisure space, it ignores the parking for co-working space, it ignores the parking for conference space? That is just 178 divided by 217, which are the hotel and the part hotel car park. So actually that is not really 0.8%, 0.82 what we need. It's 0.82 just the hotel element and ignores all the others. I mean, the report says apartment guests are likely to be long-term and less likely to have a car. What's the evidence for that, I would ask? I mean, what is the evidence for that? Actually, the number of parking spaces being provided is fewer than the number of parking spaces required for the short-stay hotel. So ignoring the apart hotel entirely, there aren't even enough parking spaces just for the hotel element. And I would be interested to hear why the transport team thinks that there's not going to be overspill parking, given that we're providing fewer than half the parking spaces that are needed. It seems counter to all common sense to me.
Through you, Chair, I guess I'll reintroduce Tam Parry. I don't know if you're able to come back on those 2 points specifically. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So the hotel element of the development is 80 rooms, and the apart element is 137. So the 80 rooms is the element where you're going to have most pressure on the parking. It's reasonable to assume that the apart hotel element will have longer stay people, and you know the nature of Cambridge, lots and lots of technology companies, lots of people visiting the university from overseas. Um, Lots of people staying for several months at a time. These people are flying in; they're not driving in generally. So I'm not saying that that's going to be the case for all of them, but it's certainly a reasonable assumption to make that the number of people or guests staying with a car for the apart element is going to be less than the number of guests staying with a car for the hotel element. Um, when you look at the leisure uses and the conference facilities, their use is highest in the daytime. The hotel elements and the apartment hotel elements have highest uses in the evening. So it's reasonable also to expect that as the overnight use is tailing off and the daytime use will pick up. So the applicant has done some quite extensive work on the accumulation of vehicles throughout the day in the car park, and they've taken some very robust assumptions on the trips generated by the leisure uses and the co-working space and um, the the other elements of the hotel that are operational in the daytime that will attract visitors. They've taken some very robust assumptions on the car mode share as well, um, looking at the census data for the area and other data from other developments. They've surveyed the car parks at the Premier Inn and the Travel Lodge nearby, and what they found is that the occupancy of the car park at night, they expect to be peaking at about 77%, and they expect the occupancy in the daytime to be peaking at about 60%. And they've compared the 77% to the surveys that they've done at the Travel Lodge and the Premier Inn, and found this to be broadly similar. Um, so from the information provided and it's extensive in the transport assessment and the work that the applicant's done, that's the reason why I'm satisfied that the likelihood of there being overspill parking into the surrounding area, I don't think is not a high chance. Um, and we now have parking enforcement in the district. We didn't have that when the application was submitted, but we do have that now, which is very good. And we do have yellow lines in Orchard Park, so there is a possibility now for enforcement. And as I was saying earlier, should there be a willingness from the committee, then we can seek some funds for the introduction of additional yellow lines. You tend to put those on corners and places where you don't want people to park. You wouldn't normally put them on a wide stretch of road where it's dead straight. You have them in places where you don't want people to park for highway safety reasons. So if that's needed or felt to be needed by the parish council, then I'm more than happy to seek that fund to ameliorate and mitigate any impact that there might be. But from the information provided, I'm satisfied, but I don't think there will be an impact. Hope that helps.
Councillor Richard Williams again.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come back. There's just 2 points. I think at the start of Mr. Terry's contribution there, he said the apart hotel would have 137 beds and the short stay would have 80 beds. That's not what's on our papers. The papers say that the apart hotel has got 80 beds and the short stay hotel has got 137 beds. So can I just clarify that actually the figures that the Transport Authority are working on are the right figures and they haven't mixed up the apart hotel and the short stay hotel elements of this, because they're the other way around to what was said. Just on one other point, on that comparison with the Travel Lodge being 60% full, when the Travel Lodge was the Travel Lodge built with a car park that had half the number of parking spaces that the local plan would say it did? Because if the Travel Lodge doesn't have the same start ratio, then the occupancy levels are irrelevant. Because if the Travel Lodge is 100% of what it should have had and it's 60% full, then that tells us that here we'll be 10% short. So I'd like to know whether the Travel Lodge was also built with 50% of the car parking spaces that the local plan would say it should have. Otherwise, the comparison is irrelevant. It doesn't tell us anything.
Okay. May I come back, Chair?
Yeah, please come back.
Thank you. So yes, on the 80 and 137, that's just going to be me getting a bit confused. So I apologise for that. It doesn't change anything that I'm saying, because if there's 137 rooms, there's still 178 parking spaces, so it's still a lot more than the number of rooms. The travel lodge, I managed to find out through the planning system, they've got a car park with 118 spaces and 138 bedrooms. So that gives them a ratio of 0.85 spaces per room, which is slightly higher than here. Here we've got a ratio of 0.78 spaces per room. So in my view, that's pretty similar. And if you wanted a comparison with other hotels, then if you go to Eddington, there's a very similar hotel to this proposal built in Eddington. For again, it's a part hotel and a hotel. They've got a ratio in their application of only 0.25, I think it is from memory. So they've got a lot less parking, 0.23. They've got 75 spaces for a 150 bedroom hotel and 180 suites. So this one is providing a lot more than that one if on a directly comparable type of application.
Could I just come up with one quick one? Just, if Mr. Town might not be able to give it to us now, but could we get the figures which include the other uses, not just the hotel element? Because I'm not sure if the travel lodge has got, you know, a restaurant and a swimming pool and God knows what. I suspect it probably doesn't, and conference space. So we seem to be focusing here on just the hotel element. That's not the only generating, you know, factor here. So, and the figures we're being given are ignoring the leisure space and the co-worker space and conference space. So it'd be useful to get those figures. Thank you. I will stop now.
Through you, Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yes, the analysis undertaken by the applicant does actually take account of all of the other uses, the leisure uses, the co-working space, the conference facilities, and those uses, they have higher use in the daytime. Now, the daytime is when the hotel has got lower use. So if you like, the car park can perform two functions. It can operate for the daytime uses in the daytime, and it can operate for the evening uses in the evening. And the applicant has looked at all of those uses together. They've mapped all of the trips and the vehicle attraction, and then they've mapped that with an accumulation profile of the car park. So you see the car park more full in the morning, and then it empties through the morning, fills up towards about lunchtime a little bit, and then it empties again in the afternoon and fills up in the evening. So it's almost like a wavy curve. So they have considered in everything together.
Thank you. I'm going to butt in here while Tam is online and ask a specific question, which I know about Orchard Park. There are problems with the Travelodge and the Premier Inn with coaches coming to the hotel and parking for coaches, which I presume might also be a problem if you've got a conference facility. So I just wondered how that would be catered for in the proposal.
There is the a bus route very nearby, actually. The 8A comes into Orchard Park. So I'd imagine that coaches for the hotel would probably follow a similar route that the buses take. And then they would pick up and drop off passengers, I would expect, at the nearest bus stop, which is about 50 metres away. That to me would be the obvious thing for them to do.
So the problem is specifically about coach parking at the hotel. You would not predict that to be taking place.
I don't understand that coach parking is provided at the hotel. It's a detail that I'm not totally familiar with. Michael may know some more on that, but from what I've seen, I don't think that there's a coach parking based specifically at the hotel itself. As we established earlier, the hotel fronts onto the green area, and the vehicle access point is to the right from Topper Street into the car park, and I don't think the car park is designed as such for coaches. There is a turning head in Neil Drive, and if it can cater for the lorries delivering goods, then there's probably a very good chance it can also cater for coaches. So that's also an alternative location where coaches could access.
Okay. Councillor Bill Handley.
Actually, Tam, after I put my hand up, Tam answered my question, so I can pass.
Okay. Councillor Ariel Khan.
Yes, sorry, just a small point of clarification for Tam Perry again. You mentioned that just earlier that the ratio of parking spaces per room was 0.78, but the report puts a ratio of 0.82. I just wanted to double check that the report has the correct figure.
Hi, through you, Chair. Again, it's probably me getting a bit confused. It doesn't take much. So I'd imagine that Michael is the more accurate one here, but it's either way, it's very, very similar, isn't it?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just on, because the travel lodge has been referred to quite a lot, just to answer one of the questions, actually, Councillor Dr. Richard Williams said, according to their website, they have a bar cafe, which is currently, or has been closed, but there's none of the other facilities. It is just rooms. And they actually advertise free parking on site, but to quote it off their website, it's on a first come, first served basis. But we've been given sort of a lot of reassurance, shall we say, because of referring to the travel lodge at Orchard Park and how that's working, but we now know that they're very different. But equally it says that they've been undergoing a lot of refurbishment for quite a long period of time, so not everything has been open and up and running. Can we be sure that the comparison information that we are using to give reassurance for this application was taken when it was business as normal and not during this reduced time? I do find it odd to think that of an occupation being at 77%, if they think that's the only capacity, why have the extra? But there we go.
Is that more of a question for Tam Parry, perhaps, I think, rather than me? I think, yeah. Sorry, Tam.
I'm happy to take an answer from whoever wants to answer.
For you, Chair, the surveys were undertaken before the application was submitted, so it's quite some time ago. I don't know off the top of my head when the surveys were undertaken, but if you like, I can do that research for you in the background.
Chair, and there's the thing about them not being like for like.
I hope I've covered that through my answer earlier about the leisure uses being more dominant in the daytime and the hotel use has been more dominant in the evening for parking.
Thank you. Have Councillor Lisa Redrow.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. On the traffic and the parking, I wonder if there's any room in the travel management plan to have any sort of check on how this is working and be able to change anything about the conditions of that if there does seem to be a problem. And also, I was wondering about the water treatment capacity at Anglian Water and whether it meets our criteria of having the necessary infrastructure capacity, because the statement from Anglian Water says that the Cambridge Water Recycling Centre does not have capacity to treat the flows from the development site, and that's basically until the new development that's currently being under planning application, I guess, the DCO. So, and they're applying to the Environment Agency for an interim new permit to address exceedance. Thank you.
Through Chair, I'll go for the Anglian Water one first, whilst perhaps Tam can consider the other question. It might come back to us as well as officers. But in terms of the Anglian Water point, ultimately, in terms of if you read their full comments, yes, they've expressed that they have concerns about capacity in the future, but it is their legal obligation to take that sewage, and that is dealt with through, they'll need to apply for a separate permit, separate from planning at all. I'm mindful we get those comments come up on pretty much any major application we get. So I think if we applied that to literally, I think not much would happen at all, but it's a point taken, and I spoke to our colleagues in strategic sites earlier, and their anticipation is that a decision should be made on the wastewater recycling centre DCO, Development Consent Order, by November of this year. It's currently, the examination is ending in April this year, and it should take 6 months to get that. Unfortunately, they couldn't give me a idea of when exactly it's going to come in, as you might understand, but yeah, it's a point noted, but they have said they will have to take it and they'll have to deal with that through their separate environmental permits outside of this planning remit. Tam, I don't know if you want to come back first in terms of travel planning and how that's reviewed. It may be a case that officers also perhaps suggest some tweaks to the wording, but I'll pass over to you first, Tam.
Thank you. So currently, the travel plan is covered in condition 18, I think, and it doesn't include this wording in the condition at the moment, but it's very reasonable to add into the condition wording your suggestion to incorporate parking surveys, and so that we can ask for some monitoring of the parking within the hotel to see if it's getting full, and that could be done as part of the travel plan monitoring. The condition could also potentially be strengthened to say, you know, the applicant would need to submit monitoring reports following this monitoring. So yeah, very good suggestion. I'm very happy to have that as a updated condition 18.
Councillor Peter Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've had plenty of questions on the parking and the traffic flow, which are the main concerns of the Community Council. We may come back to those points, no doubt, later. I wanted to come back to the point about height, and this was raised by Councillor Timothy Hawkins earlier on, but as I understand it, the SPD, which was back in 2011, set a maximum height of 15 metres, and that was broadly met by the Travel Lodge. And here, the previous application is not really relevant. We have a maximum height of 24.5 metres. Now, we have seen a number of visual assessments, which didn't seem to show significant impact of that, but I'm conscious of the comments of the landscape team, who say, this is paragraph 643, maintain concerns regarding the scale of the development and the effects of the development on sensitive local visual receptors. It wasn't quite clear to me how that, what they had in mind there in terms of local visual receptors, and the extent to which they're suggesting those could be met by, somehow by conditions to any approval. I wonder if you could have clarification on that point.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I'll just reshare my screen to clarify those local visual receptors. It's essentially those two verified views. So essentially this went through obviously pre-application, design neighbourhood plan, etc., and it was agreed that between officers and the applicant and their landscape visual impact assessment author, that there were two views in particular they wanted to have what's called verified views, which are a bit more advanced than your standard scaled contextual ones. So it's these views here where landscape are of the opinion, landscape team that is of the opinion that it does have an impact in terms of harm. So it's this view, I think you see my mouse moving, I just turn the reds there. And then also this view in particular from the north across the guided busway in terms of introducing this extra massing here. As mentioned earlier, there is urban design team are of a different opinion and they don't consider it has a negative impact on the character and appearance of the area. So there is an element of disagreement here, and going back to the previous item in this committee, there's an element of subjectivity sometimes to these matters. But the officer view is with urban design and that the impact has been minimised enough that it's okay. So we're supportive of it, but that's where the landscape officer's comments come from. Thank you.
Are there any? Councillor Richard Williams.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Just want to point out that the views we've just been shown, of course, are in summer, and those are deciduous trees. So, you know, they're going to be in flower they're going to be in leaf from like May through to October. So for half the year, the view's going to be very different because they won't be leaves on those trees. I think it's just important to clarify that if that's accepted, I presume.
through Chair, it's more of a comment, yeah, but there will be obviously a difference in winter when there's less leaves and trees, so yeah, that does need to be borne into consideration.
Thank you. I think we have no more questions. We now move on to the applicant. We have Colin Brown speaking from Carter Jonas. You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Can we hear what you want to say?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my name is Colin Brown. I'm planning partner at Carter Jonas, and I'm here today representing the applicants, the TLC Group. Thank you for all taking the time to consider the application and, of course, for visiting the site last week. As has been explained, the application relates to parcels COM4 and L2 on Topper Street, which is one of the last remaining development parcels in Orchard Park. We're seeking permission for a mixed-use hotel and leisure scheme, including a hotel and apart hotel, meeting rooms and conference facilities, bar, cafe and restaurant, and gym, including a swimming pool. All facilities are planned to be available both to hotel guests and to members of the public. Members may be aware of TLC Group's other apart hotel, known as the Fellows House, which has won multiple hospitality awards and become a fantastic facility close to Mitcham's Corner, and this site is envisaged to function in a very similar way. The scheme has had a long gestation period, 2 pre-application meetings, 3 sessions with the Council's design review panel, and 2 rounds of detailed community consultation. And I think all of this is reflected in the assessment of the urban design officer, who supports the scale, massing, height and appearance of the proposal and feels that it will be a positive focal point for Orchard Park in accordance with local plan and relevant design guide policies. It's also reflected in the favourable recommendation of your case officers, who have been helpful and proactive throughout the application and determination process. We've actively engaged with highways and lead local flood authorities. They've both confirmed that the scheme is acceptable, subject to conditions. The parking provided is, we believe, appropriate, as explained by Mr. Parry. We are over providing cycle parking spaces relative to standards, and many guests will be able to use the guided busway and the Cambridge North Station. It is hoped that the gym and eating facilities will become a destination for Orchard Park residents who can easily walk or cycle to the site, and moreover the location of the site and the nature of the proposal means that the development will afford enhanced noise protection to residents within Orchard Park from the A14. The scheme includes part of the open space to the south and incorporates improvements to it, including new paths to improve east-west connections between CRC and Unwin Square, ecological enhancements and new tree planting, all of which are supported by the landscape officer. These improvements have been discussed and agreed with the Community Council, who will continue to maintain the space afterwards. In terms of water provision, our scheme has been screened twice by the Environment Agency. They've confirmed that there is no concern with the level of water use. Nevertheless, we have presented measures for obtaining at least 3 BREEAM water credits, and a condition is now proposed committing us to exploring the possibility of achieving 5. Just 2 points that came up in the discussion very briefly, if I may. There is a management plan condition, condition 24, which may deal with some of the issues raised by Councillor Heather Williams. There is a drop-off area within the car park area, so vehicles would need to enter the site, and there is a drop-off area in the internal car park. And we would have no objection to the suggestion of some of the Section 106 funding being used for double yellow lines. To sum up, this is a high-quality scheme. It has been arrived at following extensive collaboration with your officers. We're confident it will provide an attractive destination and focal point to Orchard Park. Members are therefore respectfully requested to follow the officer's recommendation and approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have we any questions for the applicant? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your presentation. In terms of community engagement, how much engagement did you do with the community? I asked the question because the Orchard Park Community Council is recommending objection. So I just wondered if you discussed with them, if you know, or how much you did, and why their objections have not been minimized, I suppose.
Chair, through you. So in terms of the community consultation, there has been a lot of it. I think we have had 3, if not 4 separate meetings with the Community Council. We've attended briefings and we've done presentations. We also, at a very early stage, had a website. We leafleted a lot of the properties in Orchard Park. I would say that the engagement was surprisingly limited in terms of response. You've ended up, I think, with only 4 people who've commented specifically on the application. I think the dialogue with the Community Council has been positive, although I know the committee report references an objection. My take on it is that they've raised points of concern, and I believe that we've addressed a significant number of those points, which is why you have a recommendation of approval before you. We do see this, though, as a part of an ongoing conversation, and you know, as you're aware from the presentation, the open space partly is in the ownership of the Community Council. So there's an ongoing discussion there around that and the particular arrangements related to that. But we do see this very much as something that we will move forward absolutely in close collaboration with the Community Council over.
Thank you, Chair. And just one more thing. In terms of the facilities, like the gym and the swimming pool, again, thinking in terms of the community, your plans to maybe give them some discount or something rather than, you know, full price?
I mean, I think on that, we have not got to the point where the operations team at TLC have got to grips with things like that, but I think it's a fair point. We do see this very much as a facility that will have a predominantly local catchment area in relation to public use. There may be some people who come from further afield. And, you know, I see that very much as part of the ongoing conversation with the Community Council and others. And I'm sure that the operations team at TLC at the appropriate moment will reach out and have those discussions.
Thank you. If you do get the planning, I will chase.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Can I just ask, in some of the representations, it raises concerns around male and female changing room layouts. I'm just wondering if there's anything you could say to that, and also whether there's going to be any family changing spaces, because as somebody of a young family, they are crucial, because if you've got more than one child, it's very difficult. So it's sometimes a two-man job when dealing with these situations.
Through you, Chair. I mean, I think, again, that these are matters of detail. As I'm sure you appreciate, the internal layouts obviously are shown on all of the drawings as planned at the moment, but inevitably, as the operations team starts to get to grips with the proposal, there may be some internal adjustments that are required. I think you raise a very fair point, obviously, about family changing facilities. I've been there myself. I know exactly what you mean by that, and I think that you know, the clients and I will take that message away and ensure that, you know, there is appropriate provision for families, but also separate facilities for male and female, which I think there absolutely would be.
Do I have any more questions of clarification for the applicant? Thank you very much indeed. We now move to the local member, Councillor Sunita Hansraj. Hello, Sunita. Would you please give your presentation? We're limited to 3 minutes, and I'll stop you if you exceed that. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Chair. This development has a long history, starting before my time as the councillor. Residents and community councillors from Orchard Park raised their concerns about several issues, and it is good to see that the developer has adjusted the plans somewhat to address some of these. However, there is still one issue that is worrying local residents, and that is the problem of the numbers of cars and lack of adequate parking space. Everyone who lives in Orchard Park knows that the parking is already an issue. Although our area is supposed to be a sustainable transport area, we have long had problems with access to public transport. This has led to many cars being parked on the pavements and causing a nuisance and problems with access to their own homes. There is a problem between the vision of being a low car area and the reality we are all living. In fact, there is the history in planning terms about this, which I would like the planning committee to consider here today. Because I think this has already been said, but I will reiterate that a similar planning application for flats to be built on Neil Drive was refused by planning committee due to limited parking space. The number of parking spaces provided by the new build is not adequate, particularly when there are examples like residents and others using facilities such as the gym. This will result in an increased need for parking spaces. This is going to cause an overspill into the adjacent streets, and this has to be addressed before the hotel is open. There's a conference space of 160 seats, and an assumption is made that one parking space is adequate for 5 seats. And another assumption that the apart hotel residents will not either have a car or just have one car. The residents cannot wait for ifs and buts. This is going to happen because we have the lived experience. You cannot compare the travel lodge traffic with this type of building, which has several other facilities. And yes, there is parking enforcement, but it is very limited. There are hardly any yellow lines, and there are hardly any traffic wardens to enforce parking restrictions. Additionally, the entrance and exit to the one-way system for accessing the hotel needs to be risk assessed.
Sunita, can you wrap up now?
Once more, vehicle access is through Topper Street, where there is a children's playground. If the application is to be approved, I would like to request that a condition for specific parking restrictions to be placed in the area before the hotel is opened and during construction.
Thank you very much, Sunita. Have we any questions for local councillor? Councillor Batchelor, and then Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So obviously we've heard from officers and the applicant themselves that they would be willing to put money towards painting new yellow lines in the area should they be approved by Highways. In your view then, given your comments, do you think that might help alleviate the concern that you've just raised around parking?
It would help alleviate the concerns. However, that will be limited because there aren't enough traffic wardens to enforce these restrictions.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Councillor Batchelor kind of stole my thunder there, but I guess in addition to that, just to mention that now that there is civil parking enforcement, surely do you think that will not help?
It will definitely help because we're asking for the entrance and exit to have parking restrictions. However, civil parking enforcement requires someone to enforce it. At present, there are hardly any traffic wardens to do so.
If I may come back, please, Chair.
Yeah.
We've also heard from Highways Transport, Mr. Tampari, about the reasons for, the calculations they've made, the estimations, etc. Does that not give you any comfort that the problem might not be as bad as you think?
I think these comparisons with Travelodge are not equal comparisons, as if you will. Travelodge has a different type of clientele than what is going to come into this hotel. Travelodge is already causing problems with coaches that they park outside their Travelodge, and prams and children going to school aren't able to get through. People have complained time and time again about this. Travelodge is a much smaller place and it has been there for a while longer. So this larger building needs to be better planned regarding parking.
Thank you very much. Do we have any further questions for Councillor Hansard? Thank you very much. Now we move on to the debate. I think looking at the time, we can have 15 minutes break, so we come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much for the debate. Councillor Hawkins.
Sorry, Chair, before we go, is there no representative from the community council?
So,
if I may, Chair, Democratic Services received no speaking requests from the Community Council regarding this application.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say, in the 15 minutes, there's been quite a lot of reference from us to do with, for example, the double yellow lines and some change of conditions. If officers in that 15 minutes could sort of make good use of that time to word that, so when it comes to our debate, we've got something tangible that we can look at, I think that'd be really appreciated.
Thank you. Point noted. Could you do that? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Chair, yeah.
Okay, now we'll come back at 1 o'clock, sorry. Thank you very much. Now we come to the debate on this application in Orchard Park. Who is Councillor Toomey Hawkins?
Thank you very much, everybody. I mean, it's just the first time I've spoken on this meeting. No, I just really want to start this off by saying, you know, it's clear from what we've heard so far that a great deal of time and effort has been put into this application and the design of the building. We've given it a good thrashing already this morning, you know, by the questions that have been asked. And I've been, by the answers given, I've been pretty much reassured that this is a pretty good balance between functionality and viability for this business. The only thing I feel we do need is a more positive statement about parking and restrictions in particular. I think they should be applied from day one. I appreciate Councillor Handraja's comment about, you know, enforcement, but of course we do have a new regime now. We have got civil parking enforcement, which has really only just started. And if there was a huge problem with parking, I think that could be dealt with by a targeted approach by the enforcement officers. That's my view. And basically, if the parking issue is addressed, because I think this is going to offer, well, it's going to be a great facility for the city, and I think it's going to be actually a good facility for the residents of Orchard Park if they wish to use the facility. It's going to be open to the public. So my view is that, you know, given those comments on parking, I would be quite content to vote for this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Heather Williams.
I do believe Councillor Sanford was before me. He looks slightly exasperated, so I think we better let him go first.
Sorry, I'm taking advice. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Sanford, and then we will go to Councillor Heather
appreciated.
Williams, and then we'll go to Councillor Batchelor. Okay.
Right. Could I suggest a modification to the wording of condition 19? At the moment, it's very airy-fairy. It just talks about the applicant shall discourage vehicle traffic. Could we reword that to require them to actively manage their parking spaces? How they do it is obviously their prerogative, but I'm thinking an online system where you book a room, it'll ask you, do you want a parking space? You click yes, and it says, okay, this is your parking space number, or I'm sorry, we can't accommodate your car, come by other means. And particularly for conference guests, I think they should be maybe directed to a park and ride or some other site, and shuttles provided in from more sustainable car parks. Having walked the streets last week, I don't think yellow lines is going to make a huge difference in the immediate area. The configuration of the streets is such that, yeah, maybe discourage 10 or 12 cars from parking, but you get too far away, you're in the overspill from the Travelodge and the Premier Inn, which we talked about a few months ago, and we rejected that application on Neil Drive. So if they are willing to take responsibility for their own car park, I'm happy to support this application.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think, to be honest, I think the majority of the debate has already been had through the questioning that we've given to officers and our public speakers as well. So a lot of my questions and concerns have already been answered or raised. The main sort of question of concern for me was around the comments of our landscape officer, who I understand raised an objection and still has that objection listed, albeit they have recommended certain conditions that would need to be applied to this application should the committee vote to approve. I understand from officers that all of those conditions have been incorporated in the recommendation we have in front of us. So, so for me, on balance, that overcomes that objection from my side. In terms of other conditions, I would be sympathetic to a specific condition that I think was mentioned before the break around setting money aside through the 106 process for parking enforcement, i.e. yellow lining, etc., which I believe our officers have been working up. So I would be supportive of that to be an amended or an additional condition. But as mentioned previously, I don't see, in the balance of planning, I don't see any other major concerns that would lead me to vote for refusal. So I'm inclined to support the officer's recommendation of approval. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So on this application, obviously there was, as I said, we sort of discussed quite a bit of it in the questioning, and there are a series of conditions which, before we go to a substantive item vote, I think we should address and would want to see through, mainly around sort of to try and address the issues, understandable issues raised by the community council. I do think the noise and the litter can be addressed, and the parking, there is definitely, with some improvement to those conditions and the money for the 106, I think that does make quite a big difference. So long as that money, we've got to make sure the conditioning is strong enough so that there is a review process through that, and it's not a, it has to be done in 18 months and then it drops off. Yeah, we do need some time for this. In relation to condition 19, I think I wouldn't want to be too prescriptive because we want to ensure that it's something that can evolve. We don't know exactly when this is going to be completed and things could have changed. So I wouldn't like to be prescriptive in the conditions. I think we have to trust that they will be executed correctly. I do understand the parking issue, and it is something that is holding me back from sort of full-heartedly supporting it. I'm willing to listen to the rest of the debate. At the moment, it's whether the parking is enough to warrant refusal. I can really understand the residents' concerns, but I'm not quite sure if it's enough to say no in this case. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. Two points. I mean, I must say I do have some concerns about the scale and massing of this, which is significantly higher and bigger than surrounding buildings. So I think that's relevant to me as well. But my main concern about this, as I'm sure will not be a surprise to anybody, is the parking. And I am very concerned about the figures in our report, particularly that 0.82 figure, which ignores significant uses of this site. That is just looking at the hotel function, the hotel element of this, and ignores all the other trip generating parts of this proposal. And I do think that 0.82 figure is not accurate, and it's not something we should rely on. The real figure is 0.49. This proposal provides 0.49 of the parking spaces that our own local plan says are needed. And as we heard from the local member, even with the local plan, there are some, optimistic assumptions about one space per 5 seats for the conference area, for example. But let's just take the local plan as it is. That is our local plan. These are our policies. This is providing 0.49%, rather, 49%, 0.49 of the parking spaces that are required. We hear applications come before this committee again and again and again from Orchard Park, where the residents are telling us there is a problem with parking. And again and again and again, we are approving planning applications which on our own policies do not have sufficient parking because of, assumptions, models, and sometimes, I'm afraid to say, I think magical thinking about what's going to happen. And I think we do have to take this issue seriously. On the issue of parking enforcement, which has been raised, I'll be honest, I don't really see that as a solution to this problem, because I think, if it turns out, as I think is highly likely, there aren't enough parking spaces here and people start parking all over the roads, if we start fining everybody, people are going to stop using this hotel. So I find it bizarre, really, that the supposed solution from the developers is that people who are using their hotel will be fined because people will stop using their hotel. We all know in reality, you know, I've had something to do with conference centres in the past. One of the key things people ask when they're looking to book a conference at a venue is, what's the parking like? Is there enough parking for my delegates to come? And if there isn't enough parking, and if people, you know, this hotel gets a reputation that if you park on the roads, you're going to get a £70 fine, people will not book conference spaces there, and the business model will start to fall apart. So I find this all a bit, unlikely to work out in reality. That it's not really in the business owner's interests to tell people they can't park because people will stop using the hotel. So I'm not really sure that parking enforcement is actually the solution to this when the parking is so woefully inadequate. So this is so far below our own local plan, as I say, of 49% of the car parking spaces that our own local plan says are needed. I honestly don't see how we can approve this application, given what the residents of Orchard Park have been telling us again and again and again in application after application after application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make the point, and I don't think this is anything to do with something the applicant should be taking on board, but I mean, it is very frustrating that Anglian Water have said this will cause effectively exceedances, and I just think that's a sad thing. But I realise that's national planning policy. I realise Anglian Water are legally obliged to take it, but I do think it's regrettable. That's what I wanted to say. In terms of the application overall, I was so uncomfortable about the parking because it's in the middle of a sort of neighbourhood where parking is already under stress. So I have concerns there. Thank you.
Sorry, actually I wanted to say before, which I meant to say before I came back, before the debate, I have actually, I met Colin Brown as a member of a town parents association at IBC. I have not discussed this application with him. I don't know him more than an acquaintance, but I wanted to declare that, and I'm approaching the matter afresh. Okay, sorry, what is the, am I allowed? Have you got a thing? No, Peter Fane, Councillor Peter Fane, please.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me there are two key issues we need to address in this debate. The first is, of course, that the height of this building, proposed height at over 24 metres, is well above that of the SPD, not necessarily out of kilter with the local plan. We've seen some visual assessments, and we've had officer advice on that. And it was also suggested to us by Colin Brown that this would provide useful noise protection from the A14, which I find quite persuasive for the community. And taking account of the visual assessments, I'm satisfied that we can approve it on, that is not a grounds for refusal. So we come back to the key one, which of course is the key concern of the Community Council as outlined by the local member too. And many concerns expressed here, which is that of parking. I accept that the numbers are not up to those we specify. We're moving towards, or seeking to move towards, lower reliance on cars. And if, in my view, the developers can take that problem on board, that is, make it their own problem and the future problem for TLC management, then I'm prepared to go with that. I think this is a good location for a hotel that is less reliant on cars than would be the case in the past, so long as the hotel, TLC Future Management, is managing that issue. Very much along the lines that Peter Sanford said, so that if indeed, and I think as Councillor Williams said, Councillor Richard Williams, this could become a problem for the hotel's business plan. Well, that is for them to take on board. If they're finding that due to local enforcement, people are not booking as they might have hoped for conferences or for events, then they have to start making other arrangements. And I think this will be a test of the civil parking enforcement which is now in place. But that being there, I'm prepared to go with approving something which has lower parking standards than we might otherwise have wished for. Chair, I wonder whether, having asked our officers to go away for a quarter of an hour to look at this issue, before actually taking a vote on this, it might be helpful to get their suggestions.
I would agree with that. Can we have, can you feed into us what you thought?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, during the break, we've drafted some changes to conditions, as well as a new suggested condition, which we'll just run you through. So the first one we do have two options for. So this is the first option that officers have drafted, which relates to the travel plan and including this feedback mechanism and the ability basically to review it, which I think was a point that Tam Parry was agreeable to when during the questions earlier. So this was the, I guess, lighter touch option that we were proposing, but I'm mindful there's been debate since about whether the condition more widely can be more robust. So we are setting out an alternative, which members may want to consider, so you might need to do a vote on which of these you prefer when we get to that point. But the alternative is something, it was used at the Way in Falmere, which I think committee discussed recently. It's slightly different because obviously I had to change some of the wording, but it's a bit more criteria based. So it requires methods to be used to discourage private motor vehicles and arrangement for sustainable alternatives, how the car park is space to be distributed and allocated to the users, so the different components. In this case, you've got part hotel, how the car parking will be managed and enforced so that it only occurs within designated vehicular parking bays and locations, how the proposed measures are to be published to potential users, how the provisions of the plan will be monitored for compliance, including monitoring reports for up to 5 years following first occupation, and then, again, the inclusion of a feedback mechanism to the local planning authority, allowing for the alteration of working methods and management prescriptions. So that is the second option. I'll go through the remainder of the other conditions first, but there might be something you want to debate as a committee about which option you prefer, if at all. Then there's condition 24, which is a request from Councillor Williams in terms of adding a criteria H. At this stage, we've just added criteria H and put the management and control of litter. If it's not precise enough, for example, and you request additional wording, please let us know, but we're proposing that as an amendment to that condition. Then this is the new condition, again, referring to Councillor Williams' request regarding the finishes of the building and how materials, for example, could impact on noise in the surrounding area and the impact that could have on adjoining properties. We've highlighted the British Standard reference because we'd like to check with environmental health officers that that's definitely the most up-to-date one, but we would hope we could do that under delegated powers outside this committee in the event that permission was granted. And then finally, it's less of prescriptive wording because the section 106 won't have been drafted yet. That will happen if obviously permission is granted, but it's to essentially include reference to the provision of WO lines as a means of parking enforcement and the contribution of £5,000 towards that, which will be taken out of the £80,000 existing transport contribution that is in your reports. That was set out by Tam Parry. So yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't know if you want to keep these slides up or not.
Sorry? Heather. Sorry, okay.
Thank you, Chair. It was just on the last one. I appreciate what you're saying that it will be in the 106. So I'm assuming that we would then be voting subject to the 106 being sorted and the checking of that environmental standard. Can we just make sure that in that there is something around just restricting vehicles as opposed to prescribing yellow lines? From my experience before of this is actually there's lots of things like consultations, then you've got the actual putting in of the lines themselves. So if we can just make sure that that is broad enough to enable, it might be that actually we have to go with a different type of line which enables residents, it's a minefield, it's not just the paint on the tarmac. Thank you.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of clarification, really. can I just clarify that we can allocate this money in 106, but actually we're not controlling here what sort of double yellow lines there are, or indeed if there are any double yellow lines, because that is a matter for the county council to decide. I think we heard earlier that the county council officer suggested really they're only interested in double yellow lines on corners. So I think it's important that we clarify that we might put this in 106. Doesn't mean there will be yellow lines, because it's not in our control to dictate whether there are or not actually ultimately yellow lines here.
Thank you very much. Now it's my turn to contribute to the debate. The issue, as everybody, in terms of the issue of height, the local, the SDO for Orchard Park suggests a maximum height of 15 metres. The proposal for 21.5 metres is considerably more. The massing is larger than the previous proposal, but not an enormous amount. But the previous proposal was 9.5 metres, and that was acceptable. And there is some benefit from having a higher height in terms of improved screening from the A14, which of those of us who've been there know is quite a noisy impact, and it's a big impact on Orchard Park generally, the noise from the A14. So I tend to agree with the officers that the height and scale is okay. The biggest impact on residents is on Encheldoe Drive. But generally, the Encheldoe Drive, in terms of its location facing south and I don't think it will have much impact on light, perhaps a small bit in the late afternoon for a couple of houses. And there is adequate distance for amenity, so you don't look over windows. So I think my view is that that's acceptable as a result of the discussions with the design review panel and the relowing of the east and west wings of the building. So the big issue, to my mind, is, like everybody has said, is parking and whether the parking is adequate. Now, we normally should take advice, we follow advice of our specialist advisors, and they say it's adequate. We know from experience there are problems in Orchard Park. And what the average sort of occupancy is less relevant than the problems that arise from peaks. And we can't, but there again, the previous example that was quoted of the Fellows' House, which is a similar site development near the centre of Cambridge, where only 0.25 provision is provided. And I haven't noticed a particular problem. I don't know whether others have noticed a particular problem of parking overspill there. There are various techniques that one could control or limit parking. For instance, many such institutions have their own private minibus, which then collects people from stations, or in this instance, from Park and Ride it could do on Milton Road. The links between Park and Ride and this site actually are not particularly good. You'd have to go as far away as, I think, Longstanton to get a Park and Ride site that could really facilitate the site. But there is relatively good public transport. So there are solutions. My feeling is that it is very important, therefore, to have a review of the transport plan to see how it works, if it's approved. The particular concern needs to be taken about coaches, because that seems to be the biggest complaint upon the existing hotels in the area. And so that can be covered, again, in parking restrictions. Coaches shouldn't be parking there. There's normally a provision for parking for coaches outside of it, overnight parking for coaches outside of the area. So it's a matter of management. And we would I think that's going to be an important element in any management and travel plan to ensure that there is no overnight parking of coaches. I don't think the drop-off is a particular problem. So considering the elements, the fact that we are advised that it should be sufficient, with a continuous monitoring and improvement of the restrictions if it proves necessary, my general view is that and the fact that this site, it conforms to previous application, in general terms, the previous application that's been approved, so that that's the accepted sort of use of this site, is also providing facilities could be used by the local residents, though we can't impose controls on the price, which might be an element for this area, but it will be available. So it seems to me that generally there's more benefits, the balance is in favour of benefits rather than restrictions, and I think I will end up voting in agreement with the officers on this one. Okay, are we ready to go to a vote on this?
Chair, I think we've got two alternative amendments to condition 19 to choose between.
Oh, okay, fine. Councillor Heather Williams.
It was just on that point, I'm quite happy to go with the second one, which is a lot more detailed and gives, if we could have it displayed, I think that alternative is a better condition than sort of the adding of the wording elsewhere, if others are agreed.
Can we agree to the amended condition by affirmation?
We have a proposal
from
Heather Williams. I'm happy to second that, that we go with condition 19, alternative 2, and then perhaps we could take a vote on that.
Okay.
Affirmation would be fine for
fine. Can we go by affirmation for that? Agreed? Okay. Are there any other amendments to the conditions? Are people happy with those? Can we have a proposal that we accept the other amendments? Councillor Williams?
If we can take them all together, the other amendments, I'm happy to propose.
Yes.
Also, Chair, for completeness, I think you've got to ask the question, does anyone wish to abstain and or against it? You can't just take the affirmation as, okay?
Okay. Go back to the previous one. I said done by affirmation. Does anybody wish to abstain? Okay, Councillor Richard Williams. Does anybody wish to object? No. Okay, thank you very much. Now we go to the other amendments. Councillor Heather Williams proposed, Councillor Peter Fane seconded. Can we take that by affirmation? Is there anybody wishing to abstain? Councillor Richard Williams. Anybody wishing to oppose? Can we otherwise take it by affirmation? Great. Okay, thank you. Now we go to the as amended. We go to the application. Those in favour will be accepting the recommendation to approve. Those voting against will be voting to refuse the application. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, can I just clarify that is subject to so we are sort of delegating in relation to the environmental standard and the 106, so everyone's clear on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So by 10 votes to 1, the application is approved as amended by the committee and subject to all the details laid out in the report.
Thank you very much. We will now adjourn for lunch for 40 minutes, say, till 2:10. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome back to the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee on today, 14th of February. The next application, number 8 on the agenda paper, is application in Great Abington, 230480/H4, 24 South Road, Great Abington. It's a single-storey side extension together with internal alterations. The application is being reported to committee as it was submitted by relatives of an officer of the council. The key issues are principle of development and the Great Abington former land settlement. The officer recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and Melissa Reynolds is the presenting officer. Melissa, could you present the application, please?
Yeah, good afternoon. So, as noted, this application is for 24 South Road in the Great Abingdon land settlement. The application is for a single-storey side extension and has only been brought before members because the applicant is relatives of a member of staff. I've got a short update in terms of we had a late comment from Great Abingdon Parish Council who support the application unanimously but have asked for planning conditions relating to contractors' parking. South Road is actually a private road. If you know it, it's very narrow and has passing bays along, and they're concerned about damage to verge, people parking in those bays. So the recommendation is updated to include a condition relating to just managing the contractors' parking and would require compliance with that. I will just share my slides. So this is the site. It's on the South Road of South Road. This is the property just where my cursor is here. These are a couple of barns. The site backs onto the agricultural settlement. This is the rear of the property. As it is, it has previously been extended. The extension will go on the right-hand side here, just where my cursor is. This being that side extension of the property. So that's looking directly at it, and that's looking at it from the front of the house. And this is a view of it. The front of the property is quite well screened. It's got a very large hedge. This is the closest you can really see it from the road. You can see the barn on the left here and the property where the extension will go over here on the right-hand side. So as you can see from this photograph, it will very much be just a glimpse view from the road. Officer recommendation is approval. Sorry, next slide. Oh, sorry, elevations. Beg your pardon. So as you can see, it's a fairly small extension with a hip roof. The existing property has got hips on it. This plan has been updated. The architect had shown these as gables, and actually in reality they are small half hips. Doesn't make any difference at all to what was proposed. Can't move across, sorry. Oh, there, yeah, sorry. That's the rear of the house with the conservatory that you saw in the original photos that I showed you. And this is the extension here with a small door facing onto the garden and front window facing onto the front part of the house. As you can see from here, it's this little extension here, it's very modest in relation to the existing dwelling. On balance, we feel that the design and scale would sustain the character and appearance of the area, whilst respecting the amenities of neighbouring properties, all of which are quite far away from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the presenting officer, please? Any questions for clarification? Councillor Redrow.
I was just wondering if you had the condition that you were recommending to show us, please.
I did have it before, bear with me a moment. Might have come out of it now. I had a bit of a break in between, bear with me a second. just going to stop sharing and then I'll reshare my screen. Hopefully you'll be able to see this. Here you go, sorry, technology's not my forte. So this is one of our standard traffic management conditions. It's a bit OTT for an application of this scale, so I've highlighted the bits I think might be relevant. The road is a private road and the parish council has flagged that they're concerned about the verge. My view is that's really a private matter, but if they're encouraged not to park on the road by way of having to comply with this, it shouldn't be a problem any more than any other vehicle going down there, and it is quite a actually surprisingly busy road for somewhere so out of the way. So it would, yeah, contractors parking being within the curge to the site and movements and control of all deliveries, because we see, you know, with a building site like this, you might get some delivery vehicles as well. Would that satisfy you?
Yes, I was just wondering, you're saying it's a private road, so I think that condition mentions adopted public highway, so are we meaning keeping off the private road?
Yeah, as I say, it would need to be tailored to the specific circumstances, but the gist of it would be these wording, noting that it's a
Thank you
private
very
road.
much.
Unless anyone wants to
No, just to clarify, if I may, it won't be exactly using that, it will just be a compliance condition that says contractor parking shall be within the curtilage of the property and off the highway. So it's just as Mr. said, a tailored version of that, just a simple compliance condition.
Do we have any other questions? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just just looking at this in terms of the neighbourhood plan, I note everything at cause, but there's nothing about. Oh, it's not an ancillary building, is it? It's an extension.
Yes, it's an extension to an existing dwelling in the land settlement. So in the report, I've gone through all the particular points in the policy and it was acceptable. It was acceptable. It doesn't exceed the amount of space allowance either, although the house has been previously extended. They've all been quite modest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, if that's all the questions, can we come? We have no public speakers. Can we go to the debate? Does anybody have a contribution to the debate? Councillor Batchelor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, I mean, for me, anytime there's an application in the Abington Land Settlement, I immediately look at their adopted neighbourhood plan because they have one policy and it relates to building within the land settlement. But, I mean, as has already been touched on, we can see in 10.11 that all of the criteria for building within the land settlement has been accorded with. So, for me, I'm completely comfortable with the application and I don't see any reason to refuse it. So, I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Any further comments? I think we can then go. I propose then that we go to the vote.
Seconded,
Okay.
Chair.
Just to remind you, if you vote in favour, you're voting to approve the application in accordance with the officer's recommendation. If you vote against, you're voting to refuse the application. Thank you very much. Okay.
That's everybody, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So 11 votes to none results in a unanimous vote for approval.
Thank you very much. So that application is approved. Now we move on to item 9 at Littlington. 12, application number 23/03234/HFUL, 12 Silver Street, Littlington. The existing outbuildings are to be replaced with a Nissan-style outbuilding. The application is being reported to committee as submitted by an officer of the council. The key issues are design and conservation impacts. The officer's recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and John McAteer is the presenting officer. John, can we have your presentation, please?
Of course. Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. I'll just share my screen. Can I confirm you can all see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
So as Chair described, my application is 12 Silver Street in Littlington, which is for existing outbuildings to be replaced with a single new Nissan-style outbuilding. I have the site location plan here on the left, an overview. and here on the right we have the existing block plan. We can see Silver Street here and the main dwelling at 12 Silver Street here, with the two existing outbuildings to be demolished located here and here, with no views of those visible from the public road. I've included a proposed site plan which shows the proposed Nissan-style outbuilding in situ here. And I've also included the proposed plans and elevations of the building, just a standard outbuilding, 12 metres by 7.3. The site falls within the conservation area of Littlington, and it is in the curtilage of the listed building at number 12, but no objection was raised by the conservation officer. The outbuilding does fall outside the development framework, and we have had no neighbour objections to the proposal. The application would normally have been approved by officers due to the minor nature of the outbuilding, but as the Chair said, the applicant does have a connection to the council, which is why it was brought before you today. In my assessment, the proposed outbuilding is acknowledged to be bulkier than those that are currently on the site, but would still be suitable within the agricultural aesthetic of the area. The existing location already contains built form and hard standing, as we've already seen. The new outbuilding would not be visible to the public. No objections have been received from consultees or neighbours, and no material harm has been identified. And this represents the planning balance as I see it. The design and scale would sustain the character and appearance of the area whilst respecting the amenities of neighbouring properties, which is why we are recommending approval for this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from members, questions of clarification from the officer?
So, thank you. Just to be clear, what's a Nissan-style building?
As I understand it, that's how they've described that rounded corrugated structure.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I mean, I would ask whether the building to be constructed is going to be a re-erection of an existing Nissan-style building or a new building?
It is a new building. If we look at the existing site plan, currently we have two slightly smaller, less bulky outbuildings occupying more or less the same footprint. They're going to be taken down and replaced with what we've already discussed.
Do you have any other questions of clarification? Very much. There are no public speakers to this application as well. So do we have, go to the debate, do we have anybody wish to contribute to the debate? Councillor Handley.
Propose we go to a vote.
Okay, can we go to a vote? Everybody agreed? By affirmation? Okay, can we go to the vote, please?
We get a seconder for that proposal.
Yeah, Termi, I think it was, wasn't it?
You seconded it, didn't you?
No.
I'm sorry, I thought we can take it by affirmation if...
No, but we need a...
Somebody seconded.
Yeah, Peter will second it.
Yeah, I'll second. Somebody already had, but that's what I asked you, yes. So Toomey Hawkins did second it, yes.
Did second it, okay. And, okay, then we've gone by affirmation to agree to go to the vote, so we go to the vote. One more person. Have you pressed this one? Have we lost somebody?
No, so just to clarify, Councillor Heather Williams declared that she would be withdrawing
that's
from this
right.
item.
Okay, fine. Okay,
and as such, we have 10 votes to none for a unanimous vote for approval.
Thank you. Application is... Now we come to item 10, compliance. We have a compliance report. Is Chris Braybook, the presenting officer, are you there, please, to present your report?
Good afternoon, Chair. The contents of the report obviously give an update on the current statistics for compliance. We've already had a steady start to the new year on new compliance complaints that have come in. So we've had over 70 already in January. I've got a couple of staffing updates. George Minehan, our contractor, his contract will finish on the 28th of March. So we are unfortunately losing him. At the moment, I have another officer who's off on long-term sick. So the team are currently just sort of covering as best as possible with some of these staffing issues that I have again. And I do have an update for Councillor Williams. She asked me in the last committee that, well, she appreciated it was difficult to go ahead and reprioritise the older cases. Perhaps if we could have a look to see whether we could try and identify older cases that might be priority A cases. I've had a bit of a look into this. It will require the team to basically look at sort of the best part of 400 open cases and work out whether, just from the descriptions, whether it would be a priority A or not. That's probably quite a time-consuming process, and it's not something I'm probably going to be able to commit to in the immediate future. However, I'm happy to have a chat with Councillor Williams outside of the committee, just to sort of, try and work out what we can do to try and help her with her request.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. I thought I'd best respond partly to that. So yes, I'm happy to meet and discuss with you sort of any practical ways, or just for us to get a bit of a steer, because I think moving forward it's going to be really great, but we can't forget, that area. So happy to meet and see what can be done.
Yeah, I will. I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excuse me, thank you very much, Chair. It's just really a question on Appendix 3, so caseload stats. So I think there are about 650 cases open in total, with 400 being nearly over 6 months old. I suppose my question really is there a sort of time scale to work through those, and is that a sort of unusual backlog? Because it seems like quite a high number of cases for a relatively small number of officers to work through.
Yes, in terms of caseload numbers, I think I kind of hit on the issue late last year with our case numbers for last year being just a couple shy of 800. And I'd made the committee aware previously that we were probably going to be significantly higher in caseload for 2023 than we had been previously. Caseloads had been around the 500, 550 mark for both councils. That has gone up. In part, I advised that I considered that was probably due to the online reporting that's now taking place. It is easier to report a breach of planning control to the council for investigation, and we have been promoting that as best as possible to the public. The other thing is we're also recording more of the work that we do. We've been doing work previously that's not been recorded. We replied to solicitors regarding inquiries on enforcement notices, things of that nature that we've never done before. It takes time. We need to be recording it, and that's all included in these figures and caseloads. In terms of the workload and the fact that obviously quite a lot of those are older than 6 months, compliance is not always a straightforward situation. My officers try and close files down quickly where it's not a breach of planning control or it's permitted development, or it's a minor breach whereby it's a technical breach and enforcement action would not be something that we'd be looking to take. other matters do take time to negotiate and regularise, and certainly where we take enforcement action and we receive appeals, they are cases that will be open for a lot longer. I can't really put target dates for closures on files because it is very much a matter of the circumstances as to which the complaint is and what we're investigating and the way we go with things. There is a lot of work, and I'm aware of that, and we're trying to manage that as best as possible.
Do I have any other questions? Councillor Redrup.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. I was just interested in the executive summary in point 3, it mentions that the details of compliance investigations are sent to members weekly. I just wondered if that's happening currently, but I don't recall receiving any.
That is something that I was told was happening, but it's certainly something that I can check. It's been a process that was taking place prior to my arrival, and I'm not aware of any changes. But we can have that checked and make sure that information is accurate. And if those communications are being received, we will look to make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Just a query. It's about it's in context of one enforcement matter. I don't want to go into the detail of it, but the principle is that there's enforcement for something which is determined to be permitted, not permitted development, and the applicant was asked to put in a planning application. What sort of delays do you normally accept in a situation like that? And what is the position in terms of 4-year and 10-year rules? Does the matter become active immediately that the notification has taken place, so you become aware of it? I would like some clarification on that.
In terms of where we are requesting an application to be submitted, if we're requesting an application, that is usually because on the initial view of officers, and that would be obviously taken in the planning considerations from our development control colleagues. If something's acceptable, we would ask for an application to come in. Generally speaking, we wouldn't invite an application where development is not acceptable, but of course, obviously, anyone can put in a retrospective application. So we would advise if something's not acceptable, we probably wouldn't look to support such an application. But of course, obviously, those decisions are on their merits. If we're asking for an application, we usually give 28 days. If that's going to be longer, we ask for people to advise us. Obviously, if we're inviting an application and we don't receive one, we need to consider whether the development in itself requires any conditions that would make the development acceptable, or not, and that would sort of bring us to the conclusion of whether we're going to proceed with any further action on someone. So it can delay it. Like I say, the 28 days is not a hard and fast rule, depending on circumstances. It can be a tight deadline for applications to be made, and I understand some circumstances are more complicated than others and may require agents and architects, and it's just a matter of the circumstances. In terms of 4- and 10-year rules, they kick in. So the 4-year rule at this moment in time kicks in, whereby where the development is substantially complete. So if you're building a building, your local planning authority has 4 years in which to take enforcement action, and then if we don't pick that up, it then becomes immune. For the 10-year rule, which is a change of use, that would ordinarily be when the use first commenced for 10 consecutive years. So they're the two. Those time frames do not stop for the 4- and 10-year rule until the council takes some kind of action to stop it, i.e. an enforcement notice or a breach of condition notice.
So a simple request to put in an application doesn't end within the 4-year period. That's not sufficient.
It does not, no.
No, thank you. That's useful notice. Thank you. Okay, do we have any other questions or points of clarification? Thank you very much. Now we move on to item 11, appeals. Rebecca Smith is to respond. Thank you very much indeed. Rebecca, can you introduce the appeal situation?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. I thought
Thank you.
Michael was going to do
I
this
hope
one.
you're clear in those now.
Not really, but that's why I thought Michael was going to do this one, but I'm happy to do what I can while I can got a bit of a voice. Unless Michael wants to take over, it's up to him. But the report includes a summary of the...
Would you prefer Michael to take it?
Honestly, I was going to
Okay.
say it includes a summary. Apologies, I'm not there in person, but you can probably hear why. The report includes a summary of the decisions that we received during January on appeals, as well as the new appeals that we received to the council, as well as the ever-growing, it appears, list of appeal decisions that we're still waiting PINS to have a decision on. If anybody's got any questions, then I'm happy to take them away, and I probably will come back to you because I've not got much voice without coughing today.
Do we have any questions for Rebecca? Or points to raise? Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Seems everybody's happy.
Maybe I should stay at home more often. Thank you, Chair.
Now, that's the final item on the agenda. The next meeting will be held on Wednesday, the 13th of March. I close this meeting now and look forward to meeting you again on the 13th of March. Thank you very much.